story shit to tee up the third run, and I'm not sure how long that's going to run through because I'm going to imagine that this is all new territory, so probably don't even have the excuse of we've done this before in a different perspective rather than 9S's route.
I mean, eventually we're gonna get, like, time to do side quests and things like that again, so...
Well, if we get to that relatively quickly, we can definitely jump into topics because we finally have stuff to talk about.
And as I said, if we want to try to track down all of the Gestalt files, then we kind of have to dick around a bit because we have to like run around and find them.
Okay, so Elgato says we're going to be up soon, which means it's probably going to be about the usual 30 seconds. At least give me time to tee up the episode. Because I can just tee it up with what I think. I mean, I don't have to be correct considering I'm playing this blind, so it could be anything. Well, not anything, but I'm sure you get my gist. I might as well just start now. I think it's been about 30 seconds.
Okay, so I'm going to remind you once again. When you hit start recording, it starts right away. It just waits 30 seconds before it goes live on YouTube.
Fine, whatever.
So we've been on for like a minute.
So, hello everybody and welcome to episode, I forget, it's either 6 or 7 of Nier Automata. My brain's saying it's 6, but I might be wrong. We're going to be starting the third...
5.
Really?
6. I don't know. I'll go look. You can keep doing the introduction. I'm gonna go look.
Well, we're gonna be jumping into the third run in this episode, whatever it ends up being. We just completed 9S's last time. I'm assuming with this one, until I'm proven wrong, that we're gonna be playing as the character of A2, the one who completely disappeared from the story after being introduced for like 2 minutes and was in... I'm pretty sure it was a side quest with Anemone, being related to her. I just can't remember how. We got the twists of the world. 7.
We're on part 7. Wow. We did like a couple more parts of this game than I thought. Albeit, I guess I was gone for one, so...
Yeah, that's probably the difference maker. So, we got the twist from last episode, about what was going on in the world truly behind the scenes. 9S, in typical 9S style, has not told 2B what the actual implications are. So that's basically where we ended last time. Because
Humanity is dead, and we started finding out some old stuff from way back when. Also, the best line in the game got said already, which is when Adam just goes, "You want to fuck 2B, don't you?" Just like what feels like out of nowhere. You're just like, whoa! I mean, he's not wrong. Whoa! Adam just calls out 9S like that.
So, we're jumping into this. We're gonna hopefully get some more twisty stuff because, I'm pretty sure the humanity is all dead was probably one of the very easily foreseeable outcomes, considering that clearly the game was fucking with us throughout the entire run of everything. So, I mean, it's not really a surprise.
Remember your pain, the pain of having your homeland stolen. We will never give up our struggle. We will take back the sea.
Have any of these soldiers ever been to Earth before?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I was wondering if Yora was, like, specifically built for the war effort.
Yes, you're the Spec Ops.
Like the retaking effort, not like the original war effort.
I mean, yeah, there's still androids on Earth. It's just Yorha's got a base in space.
Yes,
anyway,
because
once you have control over 2B, just pause for a second so I can say something. Okay, we're good. You have control over 2B. Yeah, no. So you mentioned that, like, you think there's gonna be bigger stuff than humanity is dead, and because that whatever. And I agree because I already thought that was known knowledge. And it wasn't until you and I played this that I was like, oh, they really don't tell you that until Route 2. And I just figured it out someplace before the end of Route B. and just knew I was so right that I didn't bother to, like, because remember that I like quit this game for like 4 years, so I took like a 4 year break mid this
took
game.
a really long break.
And my break was like shortly into the beginning of Route B. And when I came back to this game, in my head, I knew humanity was dead. And it wasn't until we replayed the early stuff that I found out nowhere in the early stuff that did it say that humanity was dead. And I just like must have pieced that together and then just so assumed it to be true that like when I came back to this game, I thought it was something that got said in the game that I just don't remember where it got said.
It got said during like the final leg of the second run,
right? Which
right
I
around
didn't do
when,
until
right around when, like, I'm trying to remember if it was like before he hacked his way into the factory or not.
it is. No, I think he finds out after he leaves the factory. I don't remember. It might be before he hacks into the factory.
Because it was probably after he hacked into the central server while he was rebooting himself. Because he was getting into some of the sketchy information through that.
Yes, so he found things like, hey, we're sending empty crates to the moon, and then somewhere in it he found a file that mentioned
Yorha was built before
the Council of Humanity.
Yes, exactly.
And he got confused by that, and then the general lady, the head of Yorha, told him, yeah, humanity's dead, this is all a thing, and, you know, do with that information as you will right now, 9S, because you figured it out and whatever. And then he chose not to tell.
I'm gonna bet the commander was probably betting on 9S being a spineless twerp, because she probably bet that if he knew that if he told other people about that, they would lose their entire purpose in life, and they might end up starting killing themselves after that.
Right. So, yeah, and then now the beginning of this is now that Adam and Eve are dead, and because of how they connected themselves to the robot network, the robots are essentially at an all-time weak spot, and so Yorha's planning a massive strike right now.
Okay, so this is after the fact. This isn't a prequel to everything in the game.
So it literally started with a thing talking about how Adam and Eve are dead. Like one of the first sentences out of this game's mouth today was that Adam and Eve are dead.
Which makes sense why it was the most forgettable line, considering I had to do intro and transition into attempting to be streamer boy and then actually playing the game.
But yeah, so yeah, Yorha's amassing an all-out strike to take back Earth right now.
And somehow, well, I'm guessing you know, because again, this is not blind for you. Technically, ending C and D are going to be happening at the same time because it's based on a player decision at some point.
Yes. And it will be fairly obvious when that decision happens.
The game's just going to throw up a box in the GOTY edition and be like, hey, this is the decision, make it. You have to be really careful about it.
It makes it really grandiose.
It's going to be a Godzilla. A Godzilla's going to come down and eat everything. Okay, so he's still on the planet, or he went to the planet.
He's already on the planet because he's a scout, remember? He goes before everybody else.
Because that was
anyway,
exactly how the
route... You need to hack into the air defense systems and take them down.
Well, I'll just go to the red dots and eventually figure out what I have to do. There's a red dot over here. I'm assuming it's either on top of angles or angles, specifically.
It's on top of angles, and you have to... If you weren't listening to what she just said, you can't let them see you, so you have to stealth hack all these enemies.
No killing the target, okay. That's gonna be kinda hard, but I'll try.
Yeah, which is why you have to stealth hack them, so...
Should I, like, hack, like, an intermediate robot to get up here?
I mean, you could do that as one way, but that's not what I did. It's not that difficult. Like, all their backs are, like, built to be, like, pretty much turned to you, so as long as you don't run face first right up to them, you can typically just hack them. There's, like, one guy that I found kind of obnoxious based on how he spawns, but, like, other than that, like, you just, you know, don't rush up this ladder super fast. Just go up there.
Okay, so it looks like he is looking
their back
backwards.
Will be turned. Yeah. That's most of them are like this, and then you just, you know, hit Y right here.
30 XP. So... Okay, so that was 12, which means we have 8 to do.
You're totally treating me like a kid.
Now move on to the next one.
She will actually tell you that you're done after a certain point, but you get bonus rewards if you do all of them.
I guess they're like, hey, we're good enough. We can do it on, like, 40% AA guns. You know, we could do it. We're
Yeah,
really,
I forget
really
exactly the amount, but, at a certain point, she'll say you've done enough, but if you do all of them, then she'll then say, like, oh, here's some extra reward, I'm gonna put it here for you, and I think it's in your room. So, like, next time you're on the...
Congratulations, you earn an in-game 2B action figure. Because clearly you're horny as shit.
High location with good network reception. Try examining.
And 21 gives so little of a shit, she's like, yeah, I'll give you a 2B sex doll, just fucking stop talking to me.
I mean, she sees herself as your mom in a weird way, if you remember correctly.
I just remember her being completely monotone and non-reactive to anything we did. I can't remember her having, like, a motherly reaction when we were doing her side quest, but she might have.
She did, that's where it was.
Okay, so how do I get on top of this building stealthy?
I mean, you...
I will jump on this moose, and we will get up there stylishly.
Be advised, the
So
target
jump on the bus,
is
jump on the
not
next...
a standard enemy. Once you approach, however, a marker will appear.
Is it me, or does it seem like they're getting smarter?
I'm guessing I don't have any zoom function on my eyeballs.
Anyway, then you jump dash from this rift to the next, and then...
Just trying to see if I can get some sort of vantage on my target.
Don't overthink these. They're not that... There's only one that's a pain in the ass, and it's not... this
Okay,
one.
there.
Like,
I
most
think
of
he's
them,
looking
by
at...
automatic, their backs are, like, kind of away from you.
Okay, so... I'm gonna need a different plan, because that guy is facing this direction. But I don't know if I can make that happen.
I'm almost positive if you just jump up there and hack them right away, you probably will be fine.
Apparently this guy's just got Metal Gear eyesight, apparently.
As I said, don't overthink these. This game, didn't make this super hard because it's not. The game knows it's not a stealth game.
Declining.
They got like a 30-degree cone of vision. They can barely see past their own noses, which they don't have. So that doesn't make any sense.
But yeah,
What's over
almost
there?
all of them just have their back.
That must
That's
be
the one
Father
you just
Servo.
hacked. No, the guy on the other enemy on the map right there is the guy you just hacked. So the other black dot on the map.
Oh,
is
I'm not
the
even
guy
on,
you just
I'm not even on the right building.
No, you're like a building over.
Okay, so it is that building.
It's the black dot is the enemy.
I'm gonna assume that he's oh shit. Nope,
You're
he's
fine.
going in this direction.
Oh, maybe you did aggro him then.
Well, if he's aggroed, is that the only punishment for getting this wrong?
I mean, essentially, yeah. Because if you hack them while they're aggroed, you blow them up.
Oh,
So-
yes. Should I abandon this temporarily and come back?
I would assume so, because if he's aggroed onto you,
Then it's gonna be pointless to do it.
you know, I would just...
Well, we got 6 more targets. Well, since this is gonna be a little bit
If
repetitive.
you kill them, they do respawn, by the way. So, like, you're not, like, boned because you killed one. It's not like you can fail the mission. You just have to eventually hack all of them.
Well, since this is gonna get a little repetitive, should we go into the obvious topic of June 19th?
I mean...
Oh,
You mean-
yeah, I did say 19th.
The 18th. I was like, unless we're talking about Juneteenth as in that, as
Is
a
it real-
topic.
Is it really the 18th? I swore
No,
that was
today's
Monday.
Juneteenth. I was gonna say today's
Oh,
Juneteenth.
he's on the fucking radio tower.
Yes. Well, he's in the air by it, but if you climb up it, that's where you can hack him from. Anyway, yesterday, Tuesday, was the Nintendo Direct, the 18th, which is the topic if we wanted to talk about.
Well, the
Today
Direct was yesterday, but he did not appreciate me doing this.
Boy, I don't know why you're having so much more trouble aggroing them than I did.
Because
I
I am a-
did not aggro any of them but one, and both of the ones you aggroed are not the ones I aggro.
Because I'm a complete bastard.
And I forgot to save the game and gamed over like an hour from now and had to redo this.
How did I drop it by 20% there?
Just try not to
You apparently hacked them, so...
No falling behind. Got it.
9S.
What is it?
Make sure to do whatever.
Thank you, Mom. Literally.
How will I provide support to
210 is his mom. She made him.
Yourself are not designed
Didn't
to
make
die.
them, but it has to do with... Androids also have an and
It has to deal with that Signalis thing where they have preloaded personalities.
I mean, I was more gonna say, like, it has to do with the fact that, you know, similar to how the robots are acting, androids also have been shown throughout this game to,
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the tree
You
branch to
have
get me
an
on the
innate-
overpass.
they also have an innate, want to, you know, be similar to humans.
The Yorha do?
Yeah, I mean, the androids in general, not just your hub, but like multiple of the side quests also showed that for the androids. Anyway, this is the one I had trouble, where every single time it would aggro, because it's a suicide bomb enemy, so like it charges you and then blows up.
Oh, that's fun.
Just about wrapped up here. How about you?
just
Okay, there's a target over there.
Roger. Be sure to head
And I'm not seeing any other targets beyond that.
Yeah, this is her telling you where to go, because you can be done now. So one is the one that you aggroed. There's only two left. One is the one that you aggroed, and the other one's on the other side of the bridge towards the start of the forest by the shopping mall. Those are the two spots. Because they are gonna put another one on the map here, another spot on the map, and that's gonna be where to go to continue the main story. So I'm telling you the two that you haven't done yet, so that you can go do them without.
It's gonna be our best friend Angles, and we're gonna have a moral moment when we decide to kill. No, wait, that Angles is dead already.
Yeah, it's not Angles. So as I said, it's the one that you failed to hack earlier, the one that's over.
The one where Father Servo is.
Yeah,
Or was.
and then the other one is across the bridge at the start of right before the shopping mall. So if you remember where that
Okay, to the
is.
forest area.
Yeah, right before the forest area. So you go across the really long bridge that goes over the chasm, and then
Oh yeah, the rope bridge. But I need to
Yeah.
remember where the rope bridge is.
it was right back where you
It's-
were with that tower. Remember that tower
Oh,
climbed up
yeah,
and then
yeah,
hacked
yeah.
that guy?
The radio
right next to
tower.
that tower.
Because there's a big chasm over there. Well, he's facing this direction, so let's hope he has 30 degree. Nope. Okay, buddy, we're gonna be doing this the hard way, apparently. And we're gonna be doing this the double hard way.
I mean, somehow the other one aggroed and you were still able to hack it, so I don't know.
Well, don't want to back into the enemy the wrong direction. The game thinks that counted for some reason. So is this even a stealth challenge then?
sounds like
I mean, when I played, if they had aggroed me, it would blow them up. But as I said, the only one I managed to aggro was the. Yeah, so you can still go hack the last one, but that spot it put on the map now is the.
Pretty sure it was over there, but now I can't see it.
Yeah, as I said, they took it off the map because now they're telling you to go someplace else. But if you go and hack it and get it down to 0, you'll get a call from the operator, and she'll be like, "Hey, I got a thingy."
Well, let's see if I can make it reappear, or maybe I just have to hack everybody on the way there.
No, they're all red, like they're all color coded. So like,
Oh,
just
okay,
hack
so
that
it'd be...
guy. It's just that guy you ran past. That big ass guy you just ran past. That big ass guy you ran past. Turn
it
around,
was-
that
it was
big ass
armed guy.
you ran past.
It was armed guy. The
Oh
game.
yeah, that's right. This one, no, this one's got a gimmick. So you remember that there's a little robot on the other side of the bridge. You hack him first, take over his body, walk over here, and hack the big one. That's how you do this one.
Little multi-level hacking, huh?
Oh yeah, the game is literally just saying that now.
Yes. So you have to. There's like a little guy somewhere on this side of the bridge. You just quickly hack him. You can hack him from here, and then you pick dominate, I believe, out of the 3 options. Remote control. Subjugate would make it follow you, but you need to be. You can't be next to the big guy, and so now you run across the bridge as this guy.
And he can jump really high, which is really about as mobile as he can be. Because that Goliath arm guy is kind of attacking something, and I'm really hoping he's not going to try and snipe me while I'm doing this.
No, I think he just did an attack animation while you were still 9S, while you were running across the bridge, and he had to finish the attack animation, but now he's just chilling. Like, I don't think he's going to keep attacking, because there's nothing for him to attack, because 9S literally disappears off the map when you do this.
Oh, great, it's this map again. One I have problems with.
Yeah, because you run out of your cover. The game literally gives you cover, and you run out of it so that you can get hit by everything. Like, you keep your back to one of the walls.
I think I had better luck with the square pattern, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to guarantee it, like some of the other patterns. I can relatively get it. Nope, can't do that one yet.
I mean, you bumped yourself into the wall had you not been so erratic.
Okay, this one.
Your movement.
This one's a better square pattern.
I mean, yeah, this one's like one of the easiest ones in the entire game, in my opinion, for like the higher enemy ones, because you just drive around in a circle, kill everything as it spawns, and then once it's finally done, the big one opens up, and you just kill it quick.
Now, where's my points?
You'll get a call from the operator.
I always do.
Now, how do I blow this up?
Which means I've got a
Press the 2
special
sticks
one
in.
for you. I'll leave it in my room so you can pick it up later.
A surprise.
Time to go back on the mission.
Yeah, and so now she put a surprise in your room that you can grab later.
So, how long of a bet is that it's the 2B sex doll that I joked about?
Very long. That's a very high bet. The odds are very much against you getting that. I think
At
it's
least
just some,
in the
like,
game
items
itself.
or something. I think it's just some items or something.
Here's a better sword. It's one of the 8 swords. We just had it for some reason.
No, I mean, they did just have some of them for some reason, because 9S's default sword and 2B's default swords, plural, are 3 of the 8 weapons.
We have our priorities straight up here on the bumper.
And then one of them's in the desert, behind a door you have to hack as 9S. One of them's, in the sewer on the way to the amusement park. That's the one I think is super cleverly hidden, because it's one of those hidden in plain sight things. That's the light spear, I think. One I think is in the forest. I just don't remember where.
It's too bad we haven't picked any of this up in this run.
There's a light sphere, a dark sphere, a light fist, and a dark fist, and then the dark heavy sword are like the ones you have to find. And the dark heavy sword, is the only sword you don't start with out of the 4 of the 8 swords, or else 4 of the 8 weapons.
Southwest of the 6th room. Use your flight unit to travel there and meet up with 9S. Will do. We've repaired
Anyway, yeah,
and reinstalled
if you didn't figure it out in this chapter, you play as multiple characters.
The mission will be in full swing by the time you get there.
So, what's our ultimate goal in here? If it's just... Is there anything beyond just kill every robot you see?
Nope. It's take the planet back from robots, so basically kill every robot you see.
The enemies that we totally did not know about until 2 days ago. But then again, I'm a pre-recorded message, so I guess I don't really know much of anything.
I mean, he's not a pre-recorded message because he wouldn't have been able to name drop Adam and Eve because they named themselves. However,
or maybe that's the deeper conspiracy.
I mean, he's just a manufactured recording because it's not actually a person, as we already know, because humanity's dead. And that's supposed to be a message from the Human Council. Go up there and whack it with the sword like 1,000,001 times.
Well, he had better things to do, apparently.
Apparently.
Control of direction, more bullet hell sort of things. We're gonna kill the shit out of all these adorable robots. And then we're going to have a big party. Because there's nothing else to do in this. Like, we accomplish our mission, destroy all the robots, and then we just get to have endless pizza parties. I mean, I'm just guessing the commander probably just isn't thinking this through at all, or is programmed not to.
I mean, my money's on...
They start a new society of Yorha specifically.
I mean, potentially, yeah. But not of Yorha specifically, because Yorha isn't all androids. There are other androids that aren't Yorha. For example, every android in the Resistance camp isn't Yorha.
Yeah, and that's when the supremacy starts, immediately after the mission's over.
So you're
Go to the targets, blow shit up.
On the map.
We know where the Resistance is, specifically. We can't nuke them from space, we have to send in army units.
Anyway, these units can fully die if you're not good. I do not know if you get a game over if that happens.
Well, they're the ones who are AI controlled. Oh yeah, I'm 2B, so I can actually do heavy attacks again.
Yes, you have full combos now again.
They took away her sexy outfit and replaced it with an iron helmet, an iron cross helmet or something.
And just a full military suit thing, but yeah, this just reminds me of the fact that for whatever reason you can't hold down multiple buttons at the same time. Because
I'm not shooting
the entire time.
Okay, so what's the casualties, guys? How many people died? Why are you level 20, guys? Why are you all level 20?
You didn't kill all the enemies. I assume that enemy over there on the map is the last one you have to kill.
Get over here! Ah!
But, like, the areas you're not at right now are also still fighting these units. So, like, those ones are the ones that are more in danger,
because I'm not supervising them specifically.
Yeah.
Well, better get to that strike unit before their incompetency kills them. I need my incompetency to kill them.
One is inside the hole.
I just want to jump over the building and do a cool dive.
You're running past the hole instead of just jumping straight into
Because I wanted to jump off the building and look cool.
But you didn't even jump off the building.
Well, yeah, because you yelled at me for trying to jump off the building. This is a lot of aerial enemies. How do I get into the sky?
Yeah, you're doing these in like the reverse order I did them, which I think is interesting.
Well, it was closest, and, you know, I picked that one.
You actually went to the one that was farthest away first. You just thought it was closest because you didn't bother to look where they all were.
Well, yeah, I did determine a fucking roadmap for all three of them when I came down. I just went to the first one, and I'm like, I'll figure it out on my way there.
You just ran to one of them.
Exactly.
My point is, you're claiming it was the nearest one. You did not run to the nearest one. You ran.
It was the nearest one to where I was when I started running to the second point. I don't know if that's actually true or not. I didn't see where the other one was.
As I said, it's not true. You went to the one that's the farthest away.
Maybe vertically. I don't know. This is level
No, it's
60? Well, at least he's not... Well, I mean, he can't have... Oh, that guy's totally gonna die if the entire strike team had died already and I didn't notice.
I mean, so these guys have a really big weak spot on their back. See that backpack on his back? That's a big weak spot when it comes to
Oh, he
these guys.
does? It's on his
Yeah.
back.
Like a
Oh, shit, he
backpack
died.
looking thing.
Well,
He's already
I
dead.
fucked up.
We should head to another area and provide support.
So what... Do I get the bad ending for not saving Theta Squad?
I have no idea, because I saved all of them. Well, I failed to save one of the squads, but then as I said, I forgot to save, and I gamed over like 30 minutes from now.
Okay, now... Where's the ramp to get out of this hole? And dude, you should probably go back to the bunker, like you
It's
are...
on top of, so you, on that building to your right, the building, turn around,
Okay, so it's this building.
you run up that vine, you run up a vine, not that vine, I believe, but you have to like get onto the roof of this building, so.
Okay, so whatever
And then there's a
squad...
vine you run up.
Whatever squad is over there is totally fucked because I just wasted like 90 seconds just fucking around.
Probably.
And if they send down a strike team of level 20 fuckers, like, I can't really feel all that bad. You sent, like, completely unprepared dudes into this, you fucking idiots.
Alpha, we're being worn down by a fierce enemy attack.
Wait, you're the Alpha Squad?
Yes, which is why I said you did them backwards, because this is the one that's closest to where you started.
Well, you think Alpha Squad would be better, again, than the level 20 ding-dongs, but apparently not. You get an achievement if you save all of them. An achievement I will never
Probably.
have.
Probably, I don't know. As I said, I don't know if there's any ramification for letting them die. Because, as I said, I had one die on me, and then I gamed over, so in the save that actually kind of went somewhere... That's the...
That's the challenge. We underprepared our soldiers for you. It literally is just an escort quest, because them being this low level means they're probably not doing, like, any damage whatsoever.
Yeah, pretty much. Once they're like only like one or two enemies left, and like if all of the girls are alive and they start just swarming, then you can kind of see them do damage. I had that happen where like all of like the last enemies just being swarmed by like four
That
of them.
agent is totally dead.
Thanks for the assist.
Wait, you didn't die?
We'll join you and provide further backup.
You needed my assistance! You guys are half the level I am!
We've sighted new enemies.
They're scaling to me!
Attack Squadron Omega surrounded and are giving them one hell of a fight. Can you get over there and find
That's kind of a weird in-context thing of trying to figure out. Is like, the enemies are scaled to me, but the squads aren't. How does that make sense, like, in context strategy? Like, what the fuck was Commander thinking? Why the hell are there moose around every vending machine? Is there a strike team? Yeah, there's a strike team here. They're just running around having a party.
Anyway, have fun with a mechanic, because knowing how bad you are at this game, this next mechanic is gonna fuck you so hard it won't be funny.
Well, that's gonna be interesting foreshadowing. Let's see what I'm gonna get myself in for in the final act. If it's an escort quest, I'm gonna be kinda mad.
No, because an escort quest would be a quest, not a mechanic. A mechanic
that-
would be something that you have to constantly have to deal with from here on out.
Oh, are they doing that AoE attack stuff? They EMP'd everything?
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay?
Anyway, now go rescue 2B.
Whee! Time to helichopper around.
Provide backup.
Wait, I gotta... Okay, so it's a escort pile quest?
No, you have to...
What am I looking at?
You're looking at the all the level 20s are the unconscious, but you already got EMP'd once. So now your processes are getting fucked up.
Oh, this
Alright,
is fun. Can I even hack in this situation?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I see it going off.
But eventually they can turn off your attacks and other things if you get hacked too many times. But right now, they only fucked up all your visuals.
So I gotta do as much damage as I can really fast.
Well, so you can... The problem is you literally just stood and let, like, all of them hack you at the start because you, for whatever reason, thought the enemies you had to fight were the unconscious Yorha people on the ground. So you just let yourself get hacked like a million times. Because otherwise there's a very large telegraphed circle that you just have to get out of every single time they do it. And then you eventually do recover. Like there's like a cooldown.
I mean, yeah, I just saw it.
But yeah, you have maneuvering systems down. It looks like so you can
okay,
dash.
I can't do that as I'm figuring out. It looks like I don't have a jump either. I tried to hack and that didn't work.
I mean, it
like went up halfway and then it just stopped.
I mean, yeah, because if you have to hold down hack or you have to hit it multiple times to fill up the bar.
At least it locked onto the one I had 90% of the way hacked. Come on, come on. Wide berth, you're not gonna make it.
Well, what I did is I killed all the little ones as fast as I could, because those are the ones that are doing the EMP nonsense, at least the most. I also kept moving so that they couldn't, like, set up the attack, because they stand still when they set up the circle. It looks like you're fine.
Well, they're gonna keep...
one more guy.
I mean, if they're gonna keep doing that as a mechanic, I'm gonna have to adapt pretty quickly.
Kind of. This is the only one where they have it in mass. Like, where there's just a million of them all around you at once doing it.
So it's just one particular section they wanted to be funky with.
I mean, particularly difficult with. As I said, the enemies will do this moving out. It's just, they won't be nearly as many of them doing it all at once.
They're seeing a lot of those orange filters that I did.
Alright, rescue your waifu.
I mean, 9S's waifu. You're gonna have to hack 15 times.
I mean, the story moves on after you hack 2B, but you can hack them all.
I don't know, maybe I'll get a reward for being nice. Other than, like, 3...
I definitely don't think you can hack them in time.
Wait, there's a time limit?
I mean, their health is going down from the virus.
No, that doesn't look like it's happening to her.
I mean, so 2B has the, like, healing thing, that's why you can see her constantly regenerating in HP right now. It's because as she's taking damage, she's also considered not to be in combat, so she's healing. Anyway, there you go, now you hack 2B, so you're done.
2B, give me a second, I could save that guy! I could save 19D! Are they all laughing at me?
Yes, they all are laughing.
Shit. What the hell is in the network allowing them to hack into Yorha?
They got infected with a virus.
A virus that exists beyond...
EMP thing.
I guess I could do this. Because I can't attack them.
Now you have to hack in, as if you were listening to the dialogue, you have to hack into 2B right now again.
I fucked up the maze, so that's definitely not going to happen.
Yes, you fucked up the maze pretty royally. And then you fucked it up again.
Well, if you're damned, you might as well take your prize and leave. I did technically make it to the end of the maze. I should have went the other direction.
Anyway, yeah, it's literally the copy paste the exact same maze.
Okay, so this is the wrong direction.
Yep, those take too long to get through. So picking this route is the
incorrect choice.
the incorrect choice. Yeah, you have to hack in and destroy her identification circuit so that
We can upload 10 Yorha units into her brain.
no, if I remember right, it lets her harm the Yorha units.
Oh, that's fun.
It lets them see them as targets so that she can fight.
Well, they all have black boxes probably, so I guess we don't really have to feel bad about it. If there are implications to not saving the squads, this being included in the story would be a weird decision, to be honest.
Exactly why I was not sure if there really was one. Like, my only thought is, like, maybe if you don't save the squads, there's less here, but they are infinitely spawning, because the game tells you to get out of here.
It did?
Which yes, it did. You just
Oh, there's a dot over there. Is anyone gonna go tell the commander to stop bombarding the planet?
So you tried to contact the bunker, only for you to find out that communications are currently down.
Let's go to the UFO and hope they have a radio.
Which is why you need to run to take out a thing that's blocking communications.
And it turns out it's gonna be Adam 2.
No, it's just a big robot.
Oh, it's Arm Boy?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just an arm. Wait.
How does Giant Arm Guy have the ability to do this? Can you point at the thing I'd like to attack, please? I would like to attack Mr. Giant Robot, which I can by its rocket booster. Hopefully it's still available as a target because it already exploded. Okay, so they are still hacking me.
I mean, the big guy himself is the one that did it, but yeah.
Oh wait, he's already almost dead. I just need to point my gun correctly in this mess.
I mean, I would just run up to him and attack him with my swords, unless those are down.
But are the hacks distance-based?
But no, it does a big AoE thing, and then when the attack goes off, you instantly get hacked.
Yeah, so you should be farther away from the guy doing it.
Well, not unless he has, like, if he has an inch of HP left, then you just murder him. Like, See, my point is, also you can interrupt it with attacks, which you did once on the big guy. Because he tried hacking you twice, and he only landed it once.
Okay, so the quest says it's still here, so I guess I'll just stay here.
Yeah, you...
Okay, so hack into something.
9S is currently figuring it out. 9S is currently figuring it out. You just have to keep...
Find the back doors.
Right now.
He has better automatic healing things on him than I do. He'll survive longer than me.
What? Should have the same.
I don't know. Unless I was like doing
70.
Unless I was doing like really bad in the combat particularly, I might not have noticed my great healing abilities.
Well, so whatever you have equipped when you were last playing 9S is what you have equipped right now. Like as far as chips go, they're not character specific.
Unfortunately, we can't destroy the level 20s. They're infinitely spawning. There's 25 of them. 25 is infinity, right?
Anyway, the game's gonna make it sound like you can't save. You can save. This is what happened to me. I gamed over like 10 minutes from where we are right now, and I had to redo everything since the beginning of the chapter. Because I didn't save. Because right now, with like Yorha being down and all this stuff being down, it makes it sound like you can't save.
Except the prompt on the screen. Unless they're gonna take the prompt away and throw it in a trash can.
Yeah, so you can save at these junctures. Yeah, anyway, into the command room to tell the commander.
We fucked up real bad.
I mean, shit got fucked real bad. It's not your fault.
9S? Commander.
The only person who could possibly be doing this is 2A. We're gonna have to hunt her down next.
What are you doing here?
A2.
Units on the ground were infected by a virus.
Oh, I did
Her
say
name
it
is
backwards.
A2.
Were infected by a virus.
A virus capable of hacking us in our battle bots.
To detonate our black boxes in order to
I
stop
mean, no, the virus got put in because of the EMP attack, but
What are you talking about? None of our ground units reported anything about a virus.
Well, that's because they all turned against us the second it happened. And apparently it was like completely simultaneous.
with the bunker has been severed. That's because all communication with
Also that too.
And why did you leave the battlefield anyway? I didn't order a retreat. We're telling you, Yorha has gone berserk. We're telling you, Yorha has gone berserk. If anyone is acting infected here, it's you. If anyone is acting infected here,
Are you nuts?
You're gonna risk losing this war just to spite me? Me, one person?
suspicion of virus contamination. You're being sustained under suspicion of
Wait
virus
a minute.
contamination.
Great, now we have to fight both Yorha factions at the same time.
no, you don't.
Because the one faction became the other one.
Because in about 4 seconds there won't be a faction.
Well, it's still a faction, it's just one group now.
I mean, now the commander's still not.
Commander, we have to go.
You're the hope and the pinnacle of our society. We need to save you, even though you're an asshole. I have my priorities, damn it.
Infiltrate the bunker itself?
Anyway, have fun. Have fun. You're gonna have to kill both operators now.
Well, I am having fun. Aw, we're gonna lose 2B's operator, the only one who was fun.
You're gonna lose both operators.
I am totally fine losing 21-0. She sucked. I'm guessing that's A2.
No, I believe that's the operator for. I believe that's 2B's operator's voice.
Are they in, like, the central server room and I'm gonna have to run over there?
But no, the operators are literally some of the people you're murdering right now. If you look at the ones with veils over their mouths are operators.
The one trying to
The
kick
one-
me?
Yeah, that one's an operator. The one trying to kick you is an operator.
I don't know, maybe
the
one...
ones with swords. The ones with swords aren't operators. Or
Well,
the
ma-
ones, yeah, the ones with swords would have been the ones closest to you when this all started.
Well,
So
maybe
you're
one of
likely
them...
killing just operators now, but
Well, maybe one of them would have had the wherewithal to be like, I'm gonna go fuck shit up in the central room. And then they're not gonna be able to find me because I'm gonna lock all the doors.
I mean, no, because their goal is to kill you guys. So like, they're
That
just
would've-
gonna go where you are.
That would explain why the ones who aren't armed are also trying to kill me.
Yeah, the operators aren't like all that strong, which is why you cut through them really fast.
Okay, we're gonna have to get into the flight suits. Because we have nowhere else to go but the planet. Someone's having fun. They're really fucked up. Even their speech is all garbled.
Stay focused, 2B.
Okay, I think my...
Anyway, if you remember correctly, there is a reward in 9S's room from his operator. So remember that that's a thing, because it's not going to mark it on the map. You just have to go in it when you run past 9S's room.
No, I don't need a break.
Is it? I thought she said I was going to put it in your room.
God damn it, stop breaking the wall. You jerks.
Maybe she said it was in her room?
Is it... It's not in 6-0's room.
I don't remember which one 9S's person is.
She should be 21-0.
Okay, well then look for 21's room.
I might have limited space to do that. Because the
I mean,
wall...
once you kill the enemies, the one of the
Okay.
walls opens up. Because essentially what we have to do is we have to run a circle. Because like the one wall when you first...
Why weren't you two infected?
I don't know. It's probably because I deferred our data sync. I noticed some weird weird noise in the bunker server data, so I paused the upload.
It's because I, 9S, am smarter than you.
We need to get to the hangar and get some flight units.
Wait, was there a prompt there? No, it's probably just a weird light.
I mean, there's a prompt everywhere
Oh,
at,
here it
at the
is.
computer to buy stuff, but
Combust, stun, heal drops, and hijack boost +6.
stun +6, combust +6, heal drops +6, hijack boost +6. So yeah, those are the things you got for hacking everything all the way.
Commander, we need to get some flight units from the hangar and get out of here. We need to get some flight units from the
Commander, do you know how to fly? Did anyone teach you? I'm totally gonna be saved by that one small recovery.
I'm staying here. I can't. I'm staying.
Oh shit, they even hacked the commander.
Commander! I too was synced up with the server. But 9S can hack into your systems and there's no time.
Yeah, everyone that was synced up to the Yorha server
Duty to survive.
is infected.
Commander.
Besides, this is my command. Let me at least fulfill my duty here. To the
I'm gonna have to blow up the bunker. Which means this is our last opportunity to make the bumper joke. You can't blow up the bumper, then it won't be funny anymore.
Bunker.
Oh, it's gonna crash into the planet now. What are they turning the final act into a giant space opera?
No, because it's not, and we're gonna go back to Earth.
Being all dramatic, I'm not sure why.
I mean, because literally all of Yorha's dead now, except for you guys.
Well, we're gonna have to go live a fruitful life on the planet with 9S and hope for the best.
And once again, Yorha is not all androids, so like the guys in the resistance base are still all gonna be there, just not Yorha members.
We're gonna become Earth hobos.
Because it was everybody hooked up to the Yorva server that got infected.
Welcome to Act 3, bitches. We've all proud developed this nonsense. Watch this guy deliver a box to his best friend.
I mean, don't you remember at the beginning of the one where you had to do that? You did that exact same scenario earlier.
I love the commander, and now she died. Time for revenge. They've retained their flight suits,
I mean, yeah.
and they're really tough. They aren't the robots.
I mean, remember that you have a you have like a super move on the laser button.
Well, I'll try and hit some buttons then.
9S, I need to take over your control.
That bumper.
What? I'm getting us out of here. Okay. Flight control.
Oh, no, I'm not even shooting anymore.
Flight controls established for Unit 9S. Setting automatic course. Entering escape route from combat zone.
Wait, what are you? No! Stealth muscle released.
Your Unit 2B's
Well, I gotta keep you safe because you have to go be my support. I'm the fighter. Actually, these guys are like... Well, the regular lasers are barely doing damage to me.
critical damage.
Oh shit, they have swords.
Proposal. Eject immediately.
Gotta find a way to land this thing.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna have a good chance of winning if they just replace after I blow them up.
Alert. FFCS and NFCS systems unresponsive. Analysis. Offensive functionality lost.
Yeah, this is inevitably gonna happen. Throw her into a building. Probably shouldn't have deliberately separated 9S from me now that I'm completely surrounded. Thank you, gun. The Earth is now a lot more sinister than when we left it behind. I don't have any support. All my friends are dead. There's a network under the Earth trying to kill me. It's a really bad Tuesday. I got another 30% side quest that I haven't even finished yet. Well, I guess I'll just continue going that way because I'm not seeing a quest to go do.
Well, so you can't. There literally is. So if you remember this location, there's literally nowhere to go in one direction. Like one of the directions is a dead end, the other direction is back towards.
It is a very linear. I don't even know if you call it a level, to be honest.
Just an area of the map that's on the edge. But anyway, be careful because the suit has detected the virus in 2B now. So if you notice, for a second there, you did not have access to your swords.
So I gotta work quickly.
You have to work quickly, and sometimes you'll just have to choose to flee, because sometimes you won't have anything.
I have lost all my mobility.
Building up a percentage, there's a percentage that's building up. Anyway, do save at this juncture, though. Like at the thing next to you. Even if that means you have to fight guys. No, save! Knowing how bad you are at this game, go back and save.
You can shut up now.
Luckily you can save in the map. Alright. Because there's the save box there, and because this is the part I died at. I died during this sequence and had to restart everything, so...
If it's gonna be accumulating the whole time, then this mechanic is not gonna last that long.
You have to travel a very far distance while this is happening, and there'll be times where, like right now, where you are out without your weapons for a very long time.
The chapter is called Lost. That's foreshadowy.
Okay, you have to head to the mall.
Oh god, you send him to the mall area? Why?
Well,
Okay, I'm gonna send you to the second farthest place I can think of.
what? No. 2B is not trying to get to 9S. 2B is trying to get away from anything she can infect.
And there's nothing there?
Yeah, that's this area that's safest right now.
Remove the contamination.
Don't go that way.
Oh yeah,
We're
that
gonna have
probably
a hell of a
would've been...
time getting out of this hole now.
I can tell, gun, thank you. I think the best thing I could do is try to get him tripped up on these stones.
To be honest, I don't. You have to get really lucky because if you have the hobble, you won't be able to jump when you need to jump, which is why don't go down the hole. Is my one of the best opinions I can give, is because you can't really get out of the hole once you're in it if the game takes away your jump.
Okay, I got this.
I mean, eventually you'll be able to jump again because eventually it'll give you your swords and stuff back, but you might be boned. And if you decide you're boned and can't get out, then,
God damn it, I'm gonna try.
Okay.
I'll just have
I'm trying to use
find...
my memory of the map to tell you where to go. I actually think you want to go up. I think you want to go behind you. I think you're heading in a direction that's going to require jumps. Yeah, this end's a dead end. Go the other way. Turn. Because if you go up, if you go like Forward the direction 2B is about not facing, the opposite direction she's facing. There we go. The way your camera is not facing. And then if you go up to the right here, I think there's an area you might be able to cross to. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Gun. I can tell my health. It makes no sense.
Right where you are, if you want to go that's a dead end. If you go around the building, you have to jump up these buildings and onto the grass there. If you want to go this route, otherwise, behind you there's another route up.
The only thing I can hope for is, thankfully, the guys currently fighting me are the tiny robots. Okay, I think I should be fine unless some aerial fuckers want to get involved. And
Don't
I am
fall off the roof now.
Oh yeah, because now this is happening.
Yeah. But if you can get onto the vine, you're in the clear. You won't have to jump anymore once you get onto the vine. Right now you just have to time it out and wait.
Okay, perfect.
Now don't fall off the vine no matter what.
Well, I got something working for me with the slower movement speed. Ugh. Thank Christ for your spiky ass heels, 2B.
Yeah, and then to the right here, and then through the between the buildings, and then we should be getting close.
At least this would be good for the LP, you know, put in some artificial stakes.
Kind of. There might be a real stake. I'm just trying to. Yeah, you're heading in the right
Well,
direction.
the bridge is over there, so the mall's right behind where that arm guy was. So if we have to make it to that, we're closer than. We're at 57, so we made a lot of distance in the 50% I had. So we should be fine.
Yeah,
unless
I had better. Like your screen seems to have like. Your visual's super fucked right now.
Oh, and I'm sure that the Elgato is.
I got there.
I'm sure the Elgato is making this look wonderful.
Probably, because right now I can barely tell where you are. Like,
I'm just
don't fall into the chasm. It's my next warning. So like, make sure you go onto the bridge and don't just keep going straight.
I'm just about to. Okay, the game just jumped up to 70%, so that's great.
I mean, as long as you can get onto the bridge, you're basically fine. Because you just have to get to the other side of this bridge, just like the end point.
Okay, so I'm just going to officially declare, you definitely cannot see the game anymore.
Pretty much. I can tell where 2B is relative to everything else, but, like, it's...
Oh, come on!
I can't tell the rocks.
Fuck.
No, this is probably scripted, because the game knows you're going to get there in time.
The game just blew me up.
Oh, wow, nope, you literally just didn't get there in time.
Well, I saved somewhere at least.
Yeah, so, oh no, you're good, you're good.
I was like, come on, game, I totally have the time to make that. You just jumped up to 90% on me.
Because it felt like scripted when it jumped to 70.
Well,
remember that every aspect of this game is a,
I think I made it to... Oh, no, I'm being assaulted right now.
Right. You're fine. Just try your best to get away from them.
I mean, at this point, can we even tell these things are real? And this isn't like my fucked up memory creating artificial things and my body's interpreting it as killing me. I mean, it is a virus. It is antagonistic to me. Well, let's see how A2 plays.
Plays exactly like 2B.
Except she's doing these guys are either chumps or she has really good weapons. And considering that one was level 1, I'm going to assume they were chumps.
They're chumps for this part.
They sound down the worst strike team they could scrape together, I guess. Level 20s, level 1s. They had a shortage of level 40s. All the operators were level 46.
These are my memories. Take care of everything
If the server on the bunker is fucked up because the entire bunker exploded,
of the future.
then 2B has no future.
Yes, if they die, they die. They can't back themselves up and shit anymore, technically.
I'm gonna have to go kill a lot of Yorha, get a bunch of, like, backup black boxes, and hope for the best. I'm gonna have to figure out how to USB these two damn things together. Clack, 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 clack. Why isn't it working? Well, how is 9S not getting infected? Who the hell is causing earthquakes at this day?
I'm not going anywhere.
Of all the things to happen, now we're just dealing with colossal earthquakes impacting the entire world that we know. Because I'm imagining an earthquake this big could probably affect a 10 square mile area. Or however big this entire map is. Oh, she just got murdered. Because there really wasn't anything else for her to do.
It's the earthquake.
There's some sort of internal system activating.
Yes, the thing that's coming up out of the ground is what was causing the earthquake.
Oh,
It's gonna
it's the unformed city. That might be a problem if that's going to start spreading like an uncontrolled multiplicative matter thing. Although that doesn't really make sense because that clearly means that someone's directing it to do that. Because if it was uncontrolled, it clearly wouldn't build a structure. So there's three things. It's important. 2B is dead.
Yep, 2B is dead. Albeit, there's something to the fact that we didn't get to see the conversation between 2B and A2 before we came across it as 9S, because they started to talk and then the game took that conversation away.
I thought you were going to say there was something to her cutting all of her hair off.
I mean, there is. It should be very obvious that what weird connection there was. I put it together right away, and it won't take very long for the game to tell us.
I guess I just thought it would be weird if, like, somehow A2 transferred bodies with 2B, because I don't know why she would do that.
I mean, we know she didn't transfer bodies because she talked while the sword was in her chest.
Yes, and that was the other thing, is why it didn't really make sense. But I was like, the only thing I could think of why she would do that is to make herself look like 2B, and that was the only thing I could really think of. Are these guys like the narrator of this story?
Kind of. I mean, so they frame a lot of shit, and for this chapter especially, because so this is the pod network, right? All the pods on the left and the right. We have all these different designations. Anyway, pick which character you want to play as first. You will have to play as the other one after a certain point in the story. So essentially, how the rest of the game is going to go is we'll have to play as A2 or we'll have to play as 9S. And when we hit certain milestones, it'll be like, okay, now you're done playing A2. Now you have to go do the 9S you didn't pick earlier. So you pick which one you want to do first, essentially. But you will do both of them before you can. You will do everything.
So it's Valentiaing us in this game. Okay, so she's collapsed on the ground.
I mean, everybody.
Oh, her hair is short, so this is immediate. Oh wait, it said 2 weeks later. It's 2 weeks later
after,
from the thing that happened.
Yeah, the earthquake caught, like, the pillar literally came up and you guys got thrown from the debris and everything happening, and both characters went unconscious for 2 weeks.
This pod has been tasked with providing firing support for Yorha Unit A2.
I didn't.
Except not right now, apparently.
No request was received from Unit A2. Rather, it was the final order from this pod's previous support assignment, Unit 2B.
Well, it's unnecessary.
Yorha Unit A2 lacks the authority to override this order.
Whatever. What the hell is that huge thing?
Unknown.
You're pretty useless, you know that? You're pretty useless, you know that?
You just asked it one question.
Anyway, yeah,
I'll go that way.
There's a couple new
Actually,
Devil May
where's
Cry
the-
things you can do.
Okay, so the structure's right there.
In order to provide optimal support, pods must
Might as well just go fucking look at it.
activities of supported units.
Not happening.
Activities of supported units.
Not happening.
Yeah, probably be a good time to save anyway.
And then I personally never fully figured out what the deal was with A2's dash. Why she has a longer dash that turns red at the end.
Well, you
and
gotta
why she
make her
turns
unique
invisible at the
somehow.
start. I mean, my guess is there's a mechanical implication of what, like, you can do during each thing, but I don't.
I was kind of
I guess
hoping that
maybe I didn't.
I was kind of hoping that a quest would proc around here.
I mean,
Proposal.
I'm
Is
pretty
it-
sure story-wise they want you to go look at the tower.
What did I just say?
Oh, it's in the. Looks like it's in the hole.
Not provided with data related
Yes.
to the activity of its target. It is programmed to automatically repeat the request every 30 seconds until such data is made available.
Are you kidding me?
Proposal. Unit A2 should state
We programmed it to be annoying. What a fantastic
Yeah,
idea.
in order to get marks on the map, the pod has to know what to mark.
Security barrier. We're gonna need to get a password. Are we gonna have to wait for like 2 minutes until she gets annoyed enough to allow the game to happen?
seconds have passed. Proposal.
I don't remember.
State her intentions.
Stop! My intention is to beat the hell out of every goddamn machine I can find. Is that enough for you?
Affirmative. Scanning and marking of nearby machine life forms.
Fair enough, let's go.
Goliath-class enemies detected in desert area. Proposal. Goliath-class enemies should be destroyed.
And I'm guessing that they're talking about the hand and leg bots, not the ankles robots.
Commands. Proposals are merely recommendations based on data provided by Unit A2. Proposal. Unit A2 should stay updated.
I am an AI, and damn, I know how to do. I know how to be the best one.
Negative. This pod is engaging in activity based on a final order of Unit 2B. Yorha Unit A2.
I mean, I'm liking 2A as A2 as a character.
Just stay out of my way.
Affirmative.
Okay, so see that little face on the map?
Pod fire.
Is that that NPC?
Yeah, he's a shopkeeper that we have to stop and talk to.
Probably not the best place to have a conversation.
Yeah, at this point you're gonna have to kill everything around him.
And I'm assuming he's the walking. It's not really a
There's a-
calliope.
He's the head from earlier when you in the thing, but we have to get in order to get. He has a quest that gate keeps us from getting a couple of the what's the word I'm looking for?
The Gestalt
The
papers.
Gestalt, yeah.
He knows how to save the world, and it's through annoying music. Okay, buddy, what's your deal?
Anyway, I never stopped him in my entire playthrough of this game, so this is all new to me when you talk to him.
I'm not really the asking type. Well, I'm guessing that makes sense. We probably can't go to the Resistance base as this character.
Not as this character, no.
I don't think I really need any of these. It's all +3.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know how you get the quest from him or everything. We'll have to look into that later. He'll travel around the map and we can stop him multiple times, so I wouldn't worry too much about.
Okay, I guess I'll do that at some other time.
Okay, so his house might be where we get the quest then. Because the locked stuff is in his house. There's like an area of his house that's locked, and we have to get a key from him by doing a side quest. So like maybe we gotta go to his house to get the.
So the deepest part of the map, I'm assuming it would be the crater, the map under the crater.
Probably, but doesn't matter right now. The thing that the map has marked for you isn't Emil's home. It's a big robot that for her to go kill.
Yeah, she has a very directionless life, and 42 is just facilitating that. Just like, you want to go kill robots? There's a robot.
There's a big robot. Go kill it.
A2 is a very simple person, and I appreciate that.
I mean, there's more to her because for some reason she disconnected herself from the server a long time ago and has been AWOL ever since. So
yeah, it's kind of hard for Yora to do that, it seems.
'Cause remember that in the previous story when we bumped into her, she was a wanted.
Well, Yorha kind of do that to everybody who steps out of line. They don't tolerate it like the people of Persona 5 Tokyo do, where they won't immediately try to kill you.
Anyway, you might want to save at one of the nearby boxes to your destination before.
Well, I'll take the recommendation. I don't know what's over there.
It's gonna be a boss fight. That's the only reason. So there is a box over near it that we can save at too. So.
Well, if I see the radius,
If you see that rock in the distance, that like.
That's where the vending machine is.
Yeah, the other vending machine's there, if I remember correctly. Yeah, to your right here.
Okay.
Hey, there's a robot attacking it, so you have to go clear the robot if you wanna use it anyway.
Oh yeah, I probably should do that if that's happening.
It looks like it. There's like a little enemy next to it or something on the map.
No,
Maybe,
that's the boar that just shows up every damn time for some reason.
Really? Why is there animals in the desert? That seems
I don't know. I noticed that during the 9S run, and it's been a consistent thing. There's either a boar or a moose next to every vending machine now.
Oh, weird.
And I don't fucking get it. It's really weird. You didn't tell me it was 3 of them. You lying bastard.
I mean, there's still a boss fight. You just have to kill these guys first.
I'm really glad that I'm not 9S anymore, so I'm not fighting the fucking gold-plated enemies. They're such a fucking pain in the ass.
I mean, 9S makes everything easy, so you just hack it.
Yeah, and you can already probably guess the problem with that. And especially all of my terrible stories about me attempting to play Devil May Cry.
I mean, yeah, now you're essentially playing Devil May Cry with her. We have Taunt now, which is a thing in Devil May Cry you can get.
I'm really glad you pointed out their backpack weak points, making this a lot easier.
We will eventually get something akin to Devil Trigger.
She has a demon mode?
Kind of.
Okay, so they're like...
It's the game equivalent to
I'm gonna have to do something
To
different
filter.
because
Yeah,
they're
because you keep bumping into their shins that are
Yes.
electrified. So
Maybe
either
I should
wait
just-
for the shins to no longer be electrified.
maybe I should just
or-
blow up their shins. Because I can do that.
Yes, you can.
And if they're gonna be dicks about it, might as well. I think that one, yeah, that one's dead.
Yeah, because when it knelt over, all your attacks hit the backpack.
I wonder how balls I'm gonna be at Bayonetta when I eventually get around to that.
I don't know, Bayonetta should be easier for you if you actually memorize combos, because the combo structure isn't really freeform in Bayonetta.
Not like this with its 2 buttons.
I mean, yeah, I guess maybe you will struggle super hard with Bayonetta, seeing as you struggle with this, and this game's stupidly easy in my opinion.
Machines remain in the area. Machines remain in the area.
Are they gonna be bitch? No, that one's a giant worm guy. Yeah, haven't we seen this guy before?
Nope.
It's an Ouroboros.
Life form that has adapted to the desert environment. Proposal: destroy
I can see that it's a machine light form. You didn't have to tell me that. Well, I mean, it's better than the nothing you knew about it before. Okay, so this is packing a little bit more than what I'm used to. Did you say
Yeah,
nuclear or
so-
something?
The feature was removed from newer models for this reason.
What do you mean increased maintenance costs?
They're introducing, if you're once again you're not listening. So she's talking about how she's gonna have to use Berserker mode, and the pod's like, that's outdated stuff that we removed from all newer models. And then the game showed you how to activate Devil Trigger,
Yeah, at least I saw that.
which is
I really wish they would not do dialogue in the middle of fights. Because, like, most likely spot to put missable, well not, I will miss it dialogue. And I don't think that's particularly fair.
Support pod, which is equipped with helpful long-range attack features.
I am! Look at what you're doing right now. Well, you don't use a gun. You clearly do, because you clearly don't, because you didn't understand
Anyway,
the 30-second thing.
Your method of dealing with this boss is interesting, albeit surprisingly effective. You shove yourself so hard into all of it that your just camera's super fucked up and you can't see anything. But because of that, none of their attacks seem to be able to land very well either. When I did this, they were more, all the circles were more split up, and it made it a lot more dangerous because like the lasers from one could shoot me while I'm trying to attack one of the other ones, because there's
Is there
three
an
different
invisible
attacks
wall
they do.
there?
There might be, because the desert.
Are you
attack
kidding
zone.
me? You put an invisible wall in the arena?
I mean, in the edge of the arena, you just happen to choose to fight them there, I guess.
Well, they were also rolling there.
I mean,
Or it was
they
the
roll
invisible
after
wall.
you. So the roll attack is the attack they're doing to get to you. So there's 3 attacks they do when they split up onto the ground. One is a roll, one is a laser, and one is the little circle, like, dot attack pattern. And surprisingly, yours, your strategy makes it a lot harder for them to hit you than how it was for me. So you're having actually an easier time with this boss than I did.
Sometimes, I guess, being a bumbler wins out.
Well, I was gonna say, albeit I think you might be not focus targeting. So, like, once you kill a ball, it's permanently out of the fight, basically.
Yes, and
Um,
this one had, like, no health. I'm hoping to break it soon.
Well, yeah, so, my thought process is that because of how low health it has, but also based on how many orbs still seem to be in the fight,
The 5
you
of
might
them?
you might be, well, I think I focused fired the orbs faster. It's just because of how I don't know, maybe it's the console version of the game just has a harder time controlling the AI for these enemies than I did, but like,
It'd be a really weird
well,
restriction.
because my point is like, it seems in like, if I would run into one of them to try to murder it as fast as possible, I'd still get hit by like the lasers and by the ones that are rolling at me. So like, it feels like the AI is just being easier on you than it was for me. Like, it's not having as good of accuracy.
Well, this is definitely not a game that you need to drop the difficulty on.
I mean, yeah, because this was like the only boss in the game I'd call hard by any standard.
So, they have shields.
I mean, no. Once you kill one, it puts that shield up to make it so like you don't attack that. Because when it's up in the air, all of the orbs that are, all the orbs are on the ground. That my point is, during certain parts of the fight, all of the orbs still participate. So you just have to kill.
Well, since we're almost done, should I just berserker mode the last one just to at least show it off?
I mean, I guess. The last boss of the game, I literally just melted it with berserker mode over and over and over again. Because this berserker mode is just kind of a weird thing.
Okay,
but...
where are you? You're in the sky. So this was not the opportunity to use this.
Oh, not really. But yeah, so berserker mode costs your HP.
It did?
So what it does is your HP begins to tick down as sort of the timer for berserker mode. And then once it hits 0, you like do an explodey thing.
Okay, get back into the twin stick shooter way of things. Because I'm linked to your brain. After I annoyed you into letting that happen. Try again.
What's all this about?
Okay, so she was in the desert. Or someone she knew was in the desert.
But no, that's the boss you were literally just fighting.
Fair enough. I mean, unless it has some interesting info to share in of itself, I don't think we really need to know what it was used for. Especially since it's probably... if it's not dead already, it's definitely going to be dead in like a minute.
Normally you'd be called, but we'll be calling you 2B. Continue to observe the situation and dispatch me.
This is a fragment of Unit 2B's memory data. It is
So, did they just say we are going to be calling you 2B instead of, that being the name that they started with? They changed their designation?
So 2B's designation was changed at one point in time. Because she's learning this from... So she has 2B's memories is something we learned. 2B gave her her memories before she died, or at least 2B was talking about her memories before it cut away, so now we know that 2B's memories are inside A2.
And apparently she hasn't formatted them correctly, so they're kind of just randomly happening. Either that or the MP scrambled her whole brain.
Well, so the memory we just heard is that A2's memory.
Yeah, I didn't really get much out of that. It sounded like some purpose of life stuff.
It was someone she cares about talking.
Hello, it is the hack boss. It's an anemone made out of cubes.
I mean, definitely not.
You and I are the same. We have no one to help us. We can only cry and scream. Just shut up.
Yeah, so 2B is not exactly dead because she's essentially inside A2's mind.
Is she
Or a copy
overtaking
of her.
personality style?
Not necessarily. Anyway, we're done playing A2 for a bit.
Pod 153, commencing data share.
Yo, guys, that was some fucked up shit we saw. Can you believe what we put into the game? I'm gonna wingdings at you for a while.
Compressed conversation mode.
The language of guns is the language of wingdings.
Awaiting report on the effects of Unit 2B's memory data on Unit A2's self-consciousness.
Understood. Updating as reference data for support activity.
Well, if she'd waited for another day and properly formatted the memories, maybe and all of this wouldn't be happening.
I mean, she's been unconscious for 2 weeks.
Yeah, let's just go see what he's doing. And how he managed to live being sucked inside of that giant canyon. Yeah, he's kind of going
Also,
into Kratos
550,
mode.
150. I mean, do you remember what Adam told him? Adam told him that him and
Adam-
9S are very similar, that they're both filled with hate.
Adam told him a lot of things.
Well, so a big part of the conversation between Adam and him is that they're very similar and that they're both full of hate. And that
He's awake, Devila.
Oh yeah, weren't you a ghost?
Morning. Slept well, didn't you, 9S?
Devella.
Devila.
Oh, we're back at Resistance Camp. So, where'd you two come from? Because I think that the Yorha probably would have had proper surveying of, like, all the androids on the planet.
Nearly 2 weeks. A little thank you for saving your butt would be nice.
Yeah, but that's Devila and Popula.
You know that better than anyone, no? Her black box signal disappeared.
Her nuke signal didn't go off?
Are rare android models
God damn.
medical treatment and maintenance. Without the bunker, they are the only remaining way for Unit 9S to initiate repairs. Proposal. A word of appreciation is appropriate.
Do I really need repairs when I have a self-healing unit on my body?
Yeah, there used to be lots of our models around.
For narrative reasons, yes.
See some kind of large
For HP reasons, no.
Apparently.
Oh, are you guys related to that giant spire in town?
all the records from that.
They're not related to it.
Our model
Because I guess that would explain why no one's seen you before.
it ended badly. Most of our kind were disposed of after that.
Did they just say they were a discontinued Yorha unit?
This is a sort of control group in order to
Android models.
happen again. So yeah, we're lab rats.
Anyway, they're the last of their kind
I'd like to think that we're atoning in some way for our past.
because something happened in the past with their specific models that caused some fucking problems.
Hey, everybody's still here and perfectly fine.
Yes, because remember, Yorha is not all androids, so none of these characters are Yorha. Yorha is specifically the ones with the blindfolds on and stuff.
And somehow they didn't get caught up in, you know, the whole war part.
I mean, these guys are in the war, but yeah, they weren't necessarily part of the operation that went, tits up.
Should probably go check up on, Robot Village and see if they got anything to do.
Yeah, this would be a good time to grab side quest. Now that I think about it, there might be an important side quest line to do for Devila and Popula at some point. I don't actually know. Because they send you on like a bunch of go fetch this list of items, side quests, and I found there's a certain part towards the end that I'm starting to think might be tied to completing their side quest line, but also might not. I don't know, because there's like an achievement for it, which seems really weird if it's like part of the main story, because it feels like that specific thing shouldn't have had an achievement for it.
Okay, so we're staring at the spire.
So there might be like extra stuff you get if you do the side quests for complete all of the side quests. There's more than one for Devil Unpopular. And it's some really cool shit, so the extra stuff you get on Devil Unpopular.
That was the best name you could come up with, guys? Just the tower?
Facility that
Yes.
appeared from an area beneath the ground. It would appear to be
There's a side quest over there.
origin. Further details unknown. Mobile transport platform detected in the section emergency.
Is Gunn just not gonna say that obviously it looks like the unformed city that we saw, you know, a few days ago? Well, at this point it might be about
A while ago.
almost a month from now. But still, it's like, hey, it looks like that other thing. Maybe they're related to each other. I really hope this isn't just a harder version of the box-pushing puzzle.
I don't remember what the side quest is, but it's not.
Yep, it's box-pushing puzzle 2.
Oh, is it? Maybe I didn't do this side quest.
Now, if I remember the first one, I don't think it's an actual box-pushing puzzle. I think it's I have to push the boxes around enough to get to the packages.
To be the targeted packages. Marking objects likely to be the targeted packages.
Yes, you just have to get to those packages, I guess.
Okay, so one's over there. I think one's over there. It's probably just... I can't push this one forward, it looks like.
I assume you can only push the ones that are the lighter brown color.
Just gotta hope that there's not one back there. Okay, there's two goals on the map. That one I can't push forward, so I'm gonna have to push it down. Which means I'm gonna have to block this off for the item.
For the time being, you can always move it later, I assume. Why don't... I guess you can push it all the way. I would have gone around the other way, pulled it over, and then just ran back. That way I don't have to push it such a far distance.
I could give it a check, I don't think...
No,
pull-
it doesn't matter now. You're much closer to doing it the other way. I was saying an alternate way to solve the thing you're currently doing. So if you just keep pushing it forward, you should be fine now.
Well,
It's
you
just,
said...
you know...
You said that pull might be an option, so I tried it. And I don't think I have a pull option.
Oh, okay.
Well, at least the quest is easy enough to solve. I don't really care about grabbing that pickup. Five elaborate gadgets. What am I gonna do with these?
I think they're things you need for blah blah for upgrading stuff.
Should go back to the castle and try to find that guy. See if I can upgrade
Which,
anything.
I would try to save upgrade one thing all the way to max, and then just focus on using that as 9S, and then maybe upgrade two things for all the way for A2. But I know some of the items needed for upgrades are needed for the Devil Unpopular side quest. So
Okay, so let's go check out Pascal's village.
alright, well, main story wants you to go in the hole, just as a heads up. But yeah, you can go to Pascal's village. I'm not gonna stop you. But while you do that, then I'm gonna bring up
Oh yeah, this would be the
Nintendo
perfect
Direct
time to.
stuff.
This would be the perfect time to actually get back into that, considering we didn't have enough time to talk about it earlier.
Yeah, so the one game I started to bring up earlier, but I think it might have been when I first started the call, is the last Ace Attorney games that aren't in a collection are coming to a collection. Ace Attorney Investigations collection has been announced, so we
S-
can play as the Miles Edgeworth games now
someone
as
gave a
well.
shit,
Yeah,
apparently.
so all of them. Well, I hope that means future Ace Attorney games will be created, because Capcom did recently do a poll of like what games series like people want to see more of and things like that. Like they did this really big Capcom games poll and like IP property poll, and I don't remember all of it.
Investigate tower that is
Other than like the Dino Crisis people showed up in storms to like absolutely weigh Dino Crisis way more than it should be, and
Well,
I love it.
the fact that it was even an option to pick unless it was completely user defined, like that already says something about. I did not expect this.
Huh, they're not here. I didn't come to the village at this point in time, so yeah, I guess.
This is creepy.
Yeah, I don't know why they're not here. I don't, because like later in the story when you do have to talk to Pastel, they will be here, but I don't know why they're not here at this moment in the story, and there might be a reason for that.
I mean,
'Cause there's a bunch of dead robots and stuff, so yeah, I don't know.
I didn't do this. Someone implications happened, or someone came in and cleaned house. It looks like there's an animal here.
Yeah, I don't know.
The lock's not hackable. Can I even get up there?
Was it? I just gotta check. Okay, yeah, I think this was the survey. So Capcom did a survey or an election thing. There were apparently.
If I didn't finish my thought, the thing I was going to say is the fact if Capcom is defining the poll, then what they decide to put on it as choices, it at very least it gives you some mark of what they're thinking.
Yeah, so they must have defined the choices because it is on Captown, which is like a
Captown!
website with. If you remember, Capcom did advertise it somewhere before. I remember, and it's like a website that's all like Capcom, like little. It's like a website that in and of itself has like a game aspect to it, where like it's like an amusement park town with all the Capcom IPs and stuff, including things like Dino Crisis, like some of the things that haven't been around all that long. But they apparently held a super elections for Capcom Town, and apparently the total number of votes were 254,148. The male to female ratio is 82% male to 14% female. 4% chose not to disclose.
That makes perfect sense.
Generation wise, so age, 8% of those who voted said they were in their 10s, so like between 10 and 20. 39% said between 20 and 30. 38% said between 30 and 40, which makes sense because Capcom's biggest fans are 30 to 40 for the most part.
Well, they're growing up now, and that makes perfect sense. Considering
I mean, 'cause we're like the tail end. We're like the tail end of Capcom's like golden era of fans. So, 2% were in their 50s, and 12% were in their 40s. 2% were in their 50s. 1% was in their 60s. The largest amount of votes came from the United States, Brazil. Well, Japan was then the next biggest. Then Brazil. Then it looks like the United Kingdom. Then Mexico, then Canada, then Germany, then Spain, then France, and everywhere else they must not have had enough people to bother saying it. China was somewhere in there too. I accidentally skipped China. But
yeah, China probably had a good segment.
The votes came from China had 7,000 votes. So that would put them in 5th place, I think, because we're 28% of the votes came from the United States, 21% came from Japan, 11% came from Brazil, 4% came from UK, 3% came from Mexico. A smaller number, but still roughly 3% came from China, and then a smaller number from below China is Canada at 3% as well. But apparently 220 countries voted. Anyway, as a result, Congratulations, as of the result of the calculations and Capcom Super Elections, the number one has been decided. And it's the number one character voted in this became Dante, and the number one game was Devil May Cry 5.
Really? Huh.
Yes.
I wouldn't think it had a big enough profile to get that high up.
Anyway, then it's which of the following Capcom games do you like the best? Devil May Cry 5 took it with 15,000 votes. Dino Crisis took second place with 10,978 votes.
Wow.
And Resident Evil 4 Remake took third place with 9,017 votes. And then 4 was Devil May Cry 3, 5 was Okami, who also showed up.
Okami?
Fans. Yes, the Okami fans also showed up in large number for this poll. 6 was Monster Hunter World Iceborne, which, like...
Isn't that an expansion pack?
Yes, but it's a very large expansion pack. So it does show a fault that is in this. Because Monster Hunter World is number 9 on the... And Monster Hunter World Iceborne is number 6 on this, like, top... like voted games. So if you combine those, I think they would overtake second. Well, they would definitely overtake second place, but yeah, they don't take first place over Devil May Cry 5. But Monster Hunter World, if you would combine the Iceborne and the World votes, would overtake Dino Crisis and become second place, then making Dino Crisis third place. Original RE4 is also in the top 9 at number 7. So the remake is number 3, and 4, the original 4 is number 7. So that's also, you know, a game cannibalizing its own votes in a way, because
well, if it's to be believed, apparently they're different enough experiences that I don't know if I'd put them in the same specifically.
Could be.
That'd be kind of iffy.
Yeah.
There's a quest over there.
If you the world top 10 games is Devil May Cry 5, followed by Dino Crisis, followed by everything I just said. Number 10 is number 9 is Code Veronica. That's interesting.
Really?
The top 10. Yeah. So it's world top 10 versus
I would not think that one would have a big enough profile.
World top 10 versus Japanese top 10. So maybe this is like the world once you take Japan out. Because I'm trying to figure out what the differences between the world top 10 is and then just the like Capcom games do you like the best are. Because they do have... Because Monster Hunter World, as I said, is number 9 in that top 10. But then there's like a world top 10 and a Japan top 10. So I don't know if that's like removing Japan's votes or something changed it. Because like... It's pretty much exactly the same for the world, but with some changes like Code Veronica and Mega Man X show up in that top 10, and they're not in the just which Capcom games do you like the best top 10. They're in like just the one that's labeled the world top 10. So I don't know if that means that the world top 10 is not counting Japan, because next to the world top 10 is Japan's top 10. Anyway, Japan is the people who showed up for Okami, because Okami's number 1 in Japan's votes. Ace Attorney being number 2. The first Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations being number 3, Iceborne being number 4, Street Fighter 6 being number 5, Great Ace Attorney 2 being number 6, Breath of Fire 3 being number 7, Mega Man Legends being number 8, Monster Hunter Freedom Unite being number 9.
I'm kind of surprised that Legends 2 didn't get that spot.
Yeah, and then they broke down the votes into top 10 for the games based on gender.
Okay.
So male voters voted for Devil May Cry 5 the most. Second place Dino Crisis. Third place Resident Evil 4. Fourth Devil May Cry 3. 5 Monster Hunter World Iceborne. 6 Resident Evil 4 the original. 7 Resident Evil 2 Remake. 8 Okami. 9 Monster Hunter World. 10 Breath of Fire 3. And then the female top 10 for games that the female voters voted for is Okami, number 1.
The 10 of them that showed up.
Hold on,
the 10 women that just did this.
No, so 14%. There were 34,794 women that voted. Because 14% of the votes came from women, and they have it broken down in numbers up here. So that 14% breaks down into 34,794 out of the total number of voters, which was 254,148. So just over a quarter.
Oh god damn it! There's a fucking side quest in the castle.
Looks like it.
And that's gonna be annoying.
But yeah, the women, number 1 is Okami, number 2 is the first Ace Attorney game, number 3 is Trials and Tribulations, number 4 is Iceborne, number 5 Street Fighter 6. Oh no, I'm reading the wrong numbers. Yeah, ignore me. Okay, now the female vote. Number 1's Okami.
It's
kind of
hard to ignore you, to be honest.
I mean, I was reading the wrong number. I'm just saying.
Jesus Christ, how many people came out for Devil May Cry 5? Like, it's
a lot, apparently.
It's great, but I wouldn't put it in my, like, Capcom top 5.
Yeah, no, it's for whatever reason, it's in all the top 10s based on votes. Now my guess is the younger generations, like the people below 30, and like maybe below 25 to like, even though this didn't break it down by people below 25, my guess is the people like a few years younger than us and younger.
They're useless spots who never played anything before the 5th iteration.
I'm not going to word it that way, but I'm going to say they have tried a smaller portion of everything Capcom as a company has out to offer, which means the stuff they're going to vote for and their votes are likely going to be biased towards the newer stuff versus older games made by Capcom. But yeah, no,
hey, you need to go out there and break out your PS2s and PS3s and get on our level.
Yeah, Ace Attorney is apparently most popular with women though, because there are several Ace Attorney games in the top 10.
I believe that 100%.
Because Ace Attorney 3, the original Ace Attorney is number 3, Great Ace Attorney, or Trials and Tribulations 5, the Great Ace Attorney 2 is 6, the second Miles Edgeworth game is number 9, which that one might be good then, I don't know for sure, because that one was only ever Japan. Japan only ever got them, so until now, when the new collection comes out for the Ace Attorney game, investigation games, then and for the first time in English, you'll be able to play Investigations 2. So, Code Veronica's number 10 for girls. Okay, so the top 3 represented. Yes. Okay. Yep. Here we go, Jeff. Generations top 10 by the top represented generations, which are 10 to 20, 30 to 40s. 50s to 60s. So they broke down the votes into those generations. The 10 to 20s, the number 1 voted game is Devil May Cry 5. So people between the ages of in their 10s or in their 20s. So people between the ages of 10 and 29. The number 1 voted game is Devil May Cry 5.
I think I read my map wrong and I'm in completely the wrong place.
I don't know. I wasn't paying close attention to the map.
I mean, there's not a lot of side quests to go get.
Even though you and I are technically 29, I feel like we're probably more akin voting-wise in the 30 to 40 people. And their number 1 is Dino Crisis, followed by Okami. Which, as I said, is because the Dino Crisis fans showed up in droves, and the Dino Crisis fans are just going to be older.
We are the legit guys. We know all the stuff.
But
you guys are just playing the 9th gen games, and you think it's all hot shit because you played one game.
Yeah, Devil May Cry 5 does show up in the 30 to 40 bracket, but it shows up as number 9.
Boo on you, people!
The 10s and 20, where it's number 1. The 10 through 20s is number 1. Then it's Devil May Cry 3. Then it's Resident Evil 4 Remake. Then it's Resident Evil 4 the original. Then it's Monster Hunter Iceborne. Then it's Okami. Then it's Dino Crisis.
Young people are bad. That's what this poll shows.
Then it's Resident Evil 2. Then it's Ace Attorney 1. Then it's Monster Hunter World. Anyway, I'm gonna
get your gatekeeping out, everybody.
Okay, now top 10 favorite series. So now if you remove instead of a specific game, this is people voting for a franchise.
This is just a nostalgia tracker.
The world top 10, number 1 is Resident Evil. Then it's Mega Man, then it's Devil May Cry for the world top series.
Mega Man is a nostalgic pick because they haven't made a new game there for 5 years at this point.
Yeah. I'm hoping this shows that they make more Mega Man. Cough, maybe make Legends again happen.
I still think that Mega Man currently, like any new releases coming out later, is currently still going to be marketing stunts, unless I start seeing some legitimate new investment.
We'll have to see. But because Mega Man as a series for the world is number 2, and then for Japan only is also number 2. So it took second place in both Japan and in the world. But number 1 in Japan was Monster Hunter, and number 3 in Japan was Ace Attorney, which hopefully means they make new Ace Attorney games, because they haven't made a new Ace Attorney game in a long time. They've just been putting out the collections of older ones.
Well, they're taking the easy way out right now, and hopefully they'll get back to... Since they ran out of games to do, hopefully they'll get back to the thing they're supposed to be doing.
Potentially, yeah. Ace Attorney... Capcom is showing that they're listening to fans, and I will get to why I know this for sure when we get to Nintendo Direct stuff. But
I'm hoping that you have actual evidence, because putting out this poll is not evidence, or not really great evidence.
No, like if we get a new Dino Crisis, I then can point to this poll. But first, we have to get like a new Dino Crisis, right? To like point to this poll as them listening.
Yep.
They'd have to announce a new Dino Crisis. However, I'll just quickly say it just to get it out of the way.
Sure.
Back in the pandemic, Maximilian Dude, famous fighting game YouTuber and stuff, he started a movement that blew up on social media called Free Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and yesterday during the Nintendo Direct, a Marvel vs. Capcom collection game that has every Marvel vs. Capcom game was been announced to be coming out later this year. And based on development time for that, it's likely that is directly in response to the free Marvel vs. Capcom 2 movement, which blew up so much so that like celebrities like Michael B. Jordan and stuff were also part of the tweeting of like that hashtag. And so that was a huge blow up during the pandemic that happened on Twitter, and it looks like Capcom listened, because we are getting a collection of not just Marvel vs. Capcom 2, but all of the Marvel vs. Capcom games, which like is crazy, because that means they had to sit down with Marvel and like renegotiate a bunch of shit, because contracts and stuff need to be reset and like need to be signed in order for them to remake these games.
Yeah, you don't just get this stuff unilaterally, and
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know why. Games... I don't know why Disney would give so much of a shit. Like, they could have the easiest check in the world on this deal if they just let it happen.
Yeah, and that's potentially what they did, but there are a lot of like wonky things and such. So like I've already talked about it before, I think, on these, but the reason why Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite was so bad partially had to do with like...
Oh yeah, we did talk about that a good while ago.
Disney/Marvel putting a stranglehold on the like X-Men IPs and the Fantastic Four IPs to keep them out of content that they could put them in, because they didn't have the movie rights, because at the time the movie rights were only available to
Sony?
No, at the time Fox had the movie rights for the X-Men and stuff.
Oh, it was that long ago.
Yeah. Sony currently works in juncture with Disney to make the Spider-Man stuff, because they still own the film rights. Now, mind you, these are the film rights, so Marvel could have, if they wanted to, put the X-Men into... It's not that they couldn't put the X-Men into it, they chose not to, because they didn't want to advertise for Fox's movies, because if you, like, played Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite and Wolverine was in it, and you thought Wolverine was the coolest character in it, then you were more likely to go pay money to go see Fox's movies, and they didn't want Fox's movies to be successful so that they could eventually buy the rights back, which they eventually did. 6 months after Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite came out, it got announced that they bought it 6 months after. So like, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite literally came out at the worst time.
It's your typical big business bullshit. Everything's gonna be backhanded, and no one... I mean, Disney very deliberately doesn't give a shit about games.
Yeah. Speaking of Versus Capcom, though, Versus Capcom was number 9 in the world's most favorite series of games from Capcom, which is hopefully good, because I want more Versus Capcom games. Whether that's SNK Versus Capcom, Marvel Versus Capcom, or some other thing Versus Capcom.
I think Marvel vs. Capcom is probably going to be a long shot at this point. You should
Well,
probably just focus on your SNKs and like your actual like total video game partnerships.
No vital signs
well, I won't call Marvel vs. Capcom a long shot anymore because we are getting the collection, and that shows that Marvel was willing to put their name onto the product again, and all that, so they could negotiate and make a new one too. However, I will state Insomnia currently has a deal with Marvel as the game company side of Marvel to have exclusive rights to characters from the X-Men series leading games right now. However, because of the wording of that, one could debate, and we'll have to see how it ends up happening. But like, it looks like it does work this way because there's some Marvel games that aren't Insomniac's not involved that have X-Men characters in them. That based on how this contract is wording, the X-Men characters can't be like the title of the game can't have like X-Men in it or anything like that, but they can be in it as characters, but they just can't be like the lead character, nor can they be like
I know this all sounds like business bullshit, and it definitely is, but
it is.
on the flip side, this is probably, considering how this could have happened, like, this is probably better for the game side of things, because if all these stupid split contracts didn't happen, you'd probably end up with a situation of the EA Star Wars partnership, and that would be probably worse.
Right, yeah, so currently Marvel's characters, when it comes to video games, are all owned and operated by Marvel Games, which didn't exist until, I want to say, like 4 or 5 years
It
ago,
looks
maybe?
like the Jester clan are kind of not happy I'm here now.
Yeah, they're like zombies, basically, if you look at them. They have, like, weird mouths now, a lot of them. And they, like, zombie crawl towards you.
This is creepy, too.
Yep.
What the hell?
So if you look at their mouths, they have, like, weird, like,
I don't wanna.
Like, their heads have been ripped open to show, like, a weird...
I don't want to look at that too much.
And they hobble at you like zombies.
What's your deal, mister? Oh shit, he's wing-dinged. He's been converted.
By the way, while you're here, let's grab that hidden weapon, one of the 8 weapons. Do whatever your side quest is that's around here first.
You're gonna have to... Well, if you want to, I need to find a corpse in this grass somewhere.
Okay, yeah, look. Oh, I
here
see
it is.
Over by, it's underneath that lamplight.
Whatever happened must have happened right here.
Yeah, I wonder if he was eaten by that guy. Okay, so... I don't suppose it would be in the statue.
No, so the weapon is go towards the sewers, left. Go towards the sewers.
Sewers?
Like, so where you would originally entered this when you first came here the very first time. So, like, backtrack so that you're coming here for the very first time.
Okay.
So, like, go through the gates there, the front gates to the park, and then, like, jump down the manhole into the sewer that will be there.
They just threw one of the ultimate weapons in the trash?
Not quite.
Woo!
But yeah, and then when you get to the bottom of the ladder, just stop for a second, because sometimes you start moving before I can give you directions, and then it causes confusion, because I'm like, go left, but then, like, since I meant to say go left. Okay, so go towards the cave-in area there. See where it's caved in?
Over here?
So two 9S's left. See where it's caved in? Look at the map. See how the map extends? So it looks caved in that you can't progress, but there is a little gap between all the rocks. Climb up that ladder now.
Huh.
So there was a ladder you just walked past. Climb up that ladder.
Well, I had to get the all-important tree seed.
Fair enough. And then up here is one of the
Someone
weapons.
chained up a tree?
Yeah, underneath that is where the weapon is. It's inside the tree there. So if you go underneath that the chains, it's like in a shrine. That's one of the spears. I forget if it's the holy spear or if it's the evil spear, but it's the holy spear, because virtuous is the name for the holy spear. But yeah, so now you have the virtuous version of the spear. That's one of them. I don't remember where they all are.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
just
That is a little
remember-
clever.
Because, like, if you look at the minimap is not hiding it. Like, the minimap shows you can go past that point. It's just you think you can't. But yeah, anyway, what else is cool from here? Favorite Capcom character, number 1's Dante, number 2 is Leon Kennedy, number 3 is X, Mega Man X. Number 4 is Virgil, number 5 is Zero, number 6 is Jill Valentine, number 7 is normal Mega Man, number 8 is Phoenix Wright, number 9 is Regina from Dino Crisis, and number 10 is Amaterasu from the Amaterasu game.
Hey, Capcom, could you make another Okami game that isn't shit, apparently?
Yeah, because people wanted the Okami games and they wanted Dino Crisis. A modern day Dino Crisis could be pretty cool if they do it in like the same style of like Resident Evil stuff. I do think that could be cool. Top 10 by gender. Top 10 favorite characters by gender. Number 1 on the guy's side is Dante. Number 2, Leon Kennedy. Number 3, X. Number 4 is Zero. Number 5, Jill Valentine. Number 6, Virgil. Number 7, normal Mega Man. Number 8, Phoenix Wright. Number 9 is Regina. Number 10 is Ryu. And on the girl side, number 1, to no one's surprise, is Leon Kennedy. Number 2, Dante. Number 3, Miles Edgeworth. Number 4, Amaterasu. Number 5, Virgil. Number 6, Phoenix Wright. Number 7, Jill Valentine's. Number 8, Chiaki. I don't even know what character that person's from. There's a character named Chiaki. I do not know who this person is.
Google Capcom Chiaki and see what happens. And hopefully it's not a Dangan crossover that'll be confusing.
Hold on.
No, I can't go to the center one, probably because that robot's currently attacking that vending machine. What a kerfuffle.
I have to find. I
Maybe
have to find something that's referring to it by the game that it's from, and
maybe
that's
it's
kinda
the
wonky.
main character of Haunting Ground or something?
no, I think I found something to Google that I might be able to Google to
It's
figure it out
a
more furry.
it's a C-tier character from Street Fighter 4 that everyone forgot existed.
What is this?
It's the unknown character, the masked
I have-
person.
The problem is whatever fucking game this is, it's a Japanese only game that I'm trying to find an English name for in order to find it. So like that's
Okay.
the problem. I have Prisoner of Palma as like something that keeps showing up, but when I type in Prisoner of Palma into Google, I get like nothing that like tells me what that is. So like
That is very confusing, yes.
I
can see
so
the
that's why I'm
problem.
getting confused.
I can't read Japanese characters.
Capcom releases a romance adventure game, Prison of Palma. The game is a popular romantic adventure game where the heroine loses her memory and regains it through a storyline that takes place behind glass.
Apparently not very well known, Google.
But so the problem is the game itself might not be translated into English as Prisoner of Palma.
It got translated into its proper name, Resident
So-
Evil.
No, because I have Palma in Captivity as a game name now that I found. So
I am lost in the
Palma.
desert right now.
in Cap.
Am I trying to get to the... No, this has to be the desert area. I'm fucking this up, like, really bad. I never thought I'd get lost in the oil field, but apparently I've managed it. Because I've been to
One of
this
these
area,
days, I will hit the right word combination to find a Wikipedia article about this franchise.
No,
Until
you're-
then, I will.
You're
not
trapped in
find
TV
it
Tropes
ever.
land. You're trapped in TV Tropes land and you will never escape. That is a lie. You're never going to find the information you need. Welcome to the Wikipedia prison.
So according to this person on r/gamers, that's r/gamers spelled GAYMERS. This game series is a BL game, so it is yaoi. So
Okay.
Capcom made a yaoi dating game, I guess, or a dating game that has yaoi elements in it. I don't know, but I still can't find like a Wikipedia article. I can find like eBay shop like copies of the game, but like so the problem is I can't figure out what the actual game is called in English because
It's well known to everyone in Japan, and that's it.
it's because yeah, apparently I can't.
I mean, I'd like to try and give a crack at it, but I don't think I'd have any better luck than you do.
Yeah, because well, the weird thing is I'm starting to find more and more stuff. So it looks like it's called Captive Palm, but I'm still just trying to find at the end of the day, just trying to find like a Wikipedia article about this game franchise, and I cannot find one. So like I can find different things talking about this game on other things, like
The gamers,
like
gamers.
r/Mega Man says it looks like Servbots are coming to Capcom's Captive Palm.
Okay.
I found a Pinterest article that's labeled Captive Palm Reframe available to preload in Japan. This is 4 years ago. And so, like, I'm finding things that, like, tell me that, yes, this game series exists, but I can't find, like, just a Wikipedia page about this franchise.
Can you pull up like the Capcom index?
Oh, hold on. I found the Japanese name, but the English spelling. So it's Toroware no Palm. And if I type that in, maybe I will find a...
Do you know what the fuck
Yep,
those are?
there you go, I found it. That took way too long to find.
What the fuck are those things?
I was able to find it under...
Are they like
yep, walk
robot
up to them.
plot? Are they like... No, wait, those are the tanks from the...
Walk up and find out.
Those are the tanks from the amusement park. Well, might as well just hack into them.
Yeah,
These guys are tough as shit.
I found it. It took a while, but I found it on Capcom Database Wiki under the Toroware No Palm title. It's a 2016 romance adventure game released for mobile services only in Japan.
Oh, okay, that makes perfect sense.
And there was a sequel to the game that came out in 2018. So there's 2 games in this franchise, and they are apparently big with girls in Japan because
girls are
they
the only ones who bought this thing.
Well, top 10 by gender characters, favorite Capcom characters. 2 characters from this game franchise show up in the top 10. So like, yeah. And if it's BL,
Yeah.
that makes sense. That makes sense to me why girls in Japan would want to play it, because that's like a thing, and I'd have to ask my roommate what they're called. But like, girls who are super into yaoi, there's a name for them, and I forget what it's called. But
they are the bee lovers, apparently.
well, so BL stands for boys love, which is just a shorthand for yaoi. But there's a specific term for like a girl who's super into yaoi, and I forget what it is. But my roommate would know because he himself is into yaoi because he's gay.
I did it somehow. I am the idiot
You
savant.
did it at the same time that you died. I think Claire Redfield, interestingly enough, is number 10 in the girls. Jill being number 7.
I don't particularly like Claire, but I could see it because Claire's kind of a badass. I mean, she's got
I'm surprised
flaws.
Miles Edgeworth is number 3 for the
Well,
girls.
he's number 3. I mean, that's pretty high.
I know, that's why I'm surprised. Like it
Because
it
he's
doesn't
sexy.
surprise me
Look
he's
at
in
him.
Top 10. I
Look
guess.
at him. Like, I could
guess.
totally...
Phoenix is number 6. Phoenix is number 6.
Yeah, I could definitely see he's probably... He might be a bit too boyish to, you know, get everyone's eyes on him.
I'm gonna say
Like,
my top 10
he is
characters
definitely...
in Capcom.
He is definitely a dingus.
I'm gonna say my top 10 would be like something like... who would be number 1?
Jill would definitely be pretty high up there. I love
Yeah,
the
Jill
hell out
might
of
be
Jill.
my number 1. I was gonna say Jill might be my number 1. When it comes to Capcom characters, a character who doesn't show up on any of these top 10s that would be in my top 10 is Nero.
Yeah, who the fuck gives a shit about that guy and his motorcycle? He's just Dante trying to be cool.
He doesn't have a motorcycle. Dante has the motorcycle.
You know what Nero
Nero.
needs? Nero needs a tank. The tank
I
can
was
make
gonna
it
say,
cool.
Nero rides in Nico's van, at least in 5. Maybe he had a motorcycle in 4, and I'm just forgetting.
It's kind of hard to say what Nero does, considering he's barely been in the franchise at this point.
I mean, he was in 4 and 5.
Yeah, which is a third of the franchise.
I know. But, I mean, you know, Virgil's only been in, like, 2 games, technically.
Yeah, technically.
Now, I will say that while I do say technically, he comes up in the story of 4 because, you know, he's Nero's dad, and, like, his sword
oh god,
comes
this
up
pattern
and shows
again.
up in 4. Shows up in 4. Just keep your back to one of the things. Focus on killing the guys in the middle. Because if you... And then, like, yeah, peek out to get the, get those, and then once they're free, just lock on and murder the 2 circles. See? It's not that hard of a pattern. But yeah, Nero's one of my favorite characters. Oh, here, by age. They also have it broken down by age. Chun-Li's number 2 for, like, the 50 to 60 range.
Really?
No, she's the number 2 favorite character in that.
I guess they remember when she was a sex symbol.
Arthur from Ghosts and Goblins is number 7 in that age range, too, which I find interesting.
Well, it's an old
Oh,
game, and it's
there Nero shows up. Nero shows up as number 10 in the 10 to 20 age top 10 characters. So, okay, he shows him in 1.
This Keepsakes quest is apparently a lot longer than I thought it would be.
Okay, top 10 male characters, so specifically saying you have to pick male Capcom characters. Virgil becomes number 3 in the world. Phoenix Wright is number 2. Dante is number 1 in both categories for Japan and world. Phoenix Wright being number 2 in Japan, not number 2 in the world. Leon is number 2 in the world.
But where is Godot on this list? Godot should be the best character.
Godot did not make top 10 in either of the male sides here, and to my distaste, Frank West is number 9 for the world for some goddamn reason, and I don't know why.
Maybe people are like...
the world top 10 male characters is Dante, Leon, Virgil, Phoenix Wright, Ryu, Chris Redfield, Nero.
I have no fucking
Miles,
clue why Ryu
Frank
has
West,
a fan
10.
base. Other than he's the poster boy. Like, who the fuck gives a shit about Ryu as a character?
I mean, I say because he's the poster boy, that's why. Interestingly enough, when it's top 10 male characters by Japan, it's Dante, Phoenix Wright, Leon Kennedy, Miles Edgeworth, Ryu, Lan Hikari, and Mega Man.exe.
Oh, that fucking twerp?
Yeah,
that
Lan
fucking
Hikari,
twerp?
the main character of the .exe.
Who the fuck likes that guy? He's such a shit.
1,803 people in Japan, apparently.
Y'all are all fucking wrong. I'm not fucking arguing that. You are incorrect.
Then it's Virgil, then it's Chris Redfield, then it's Masamune. I don't know who this character is.
There's a
Masamune
character named
Date.
There's a
Masamune
character
Date.
named
I don't know who
Masamune.
this is. Yeah, his name is Masamune Date or Masamune Date. I don't know how you pronounce this, but I have no
okay.
idea what franchise he's from. He's just some samurai-looking guy.
Is he from that? Is he from Orochi Warriors or that samurai game they made ages ago?
Maybe. And then top 10 female Capcom characters. Number 1 for the world is Jill Valentine, followed by Regina, followed by Claire Redfield, followed by Chun-Li, followed by Ada Wong, followed by Cammy, followed by Juri, followed by Maya Fey, followed by
Maya, really?
Sakura, from Street Fighter.
Okay.
And
like
then
Sakura
10
from
is
what?
Rebecca
That's a
Chambers.
Oh, guys! Really, Rebecca? Seriously, tiny twerp?
523 votes worldwide.
Guys, she's like a fucking 12-year-old.
Which is a very small amount of the votes, mind you.
But somehow number 10,
Rebecca Chambers from
Resident Evil 0.
Zero, yeah. As well as I think she's in Resident Evil 1.
Apparently, this tower doesn't like me very much.
But
Okay, so the other tower parts. Okay, what kind of... What, do I have to do this in an order?
No, you'll find out in a second. So, these 3 little towers are tied to bigger towers that are not in this pit, that are elsewhere on the map. So 9S's story is going to all these towers.
Well, I tried.
I know. You'll get told here in a second which one to go to, and I think it's the one in the... I think the first one might be in the forest. I don't remember.
So apparently this tower thinks that it's part of some bigger group, which would make perfect sense considering that it had to come from somewhere.
Relays the locations of objects known as resource recovery units.
Now they're just messing with us. Now they're just messing with us.
Yes, because why wouldn't they build a giant tower and make it easily to access? Clearly they're directly trying to mess with you, one of the only 2 Yorha that continue to exist.
Anyway, the top 10 female characters, just Japan voting. Number 1 is Chun-Li, number 2 is Jill Valentine, number 3 is Maya Fey, number 4, Ada Wong, number 5, Cammy, number 6, Nina from BOF2, Breath of Fire 2.
Really?
I don't know that franchise at all, so...
Well, Capcom gave up on it in ancient times, so that's not unfair.
Sakura from Street Fighter, Akira Kazama from Rival Schools, Juri from Street Fighter, and Sonya Strum from, I assume, a Mega Man game, because that art style looks very Mega Man.
That does sound familiar, but you gotta... Oh yeah, I think Sonya Strum is Lan's girlfriend, which, again, makes me want to roll my eyes, because I don't even know how the fuck you would manage to have a positive opinion about the Mega Man Battle Network games. No, I might be remembering it wrong. I think it's the girlfriend from Star Force, which would make infinitely more sense.
It looks like Star Force's. It looks like Star Force's art style to me.
Because what the hell? I'm in a box puzzle.
Yes, that's why it wasn't letting you jump over the walls. Why they? Anyway, what do people look for most in Capcom games? Number 1 in the poll was exhilarating gameplay. Number 2 was unique and attractive characters. Number 3 was unpredictable and storylines.
That's like 5th on the list.
I mean, I agree that number 1 for Capcom games is exhilarating gameplay.
Yeah.
Or at least...
Story is a bit iffy on them.
Or at least story when it comes to things like story/characters, like number 2 and number 3 come into play if we're, say, talking about, like, Ace Attorney. Because, like, Ace Attorney's gameplay is not going to be super exciting.
Well, yeah, that's...
By design, like...
Yeah, exactly, it's not what the genre is.
But my point is, if we're talking about what we look forward most to in Capcom games, it makes sense that number 2 and number 3 show up as highly voted for things, because in a fighting game, unique and attractive characters is going to be very important. Capcom makes a lot of fighting games. And then number 3, the storyline would be important to things like Ace Attorney, so... as well as the characters are also important to Ace Attorney. Number 4 is the music. Number 4 is the music.
Fair enough.
Number 5 is replay value. Number 6 is difficulty. High difficulty levels to feel accomplished and superior. Number 7 is novel worldview. Number 8 is superb graphics. Number 9 is play with players worldwide. Number 10 is first time experience equaling new genre. I don't know what the fuck that means. I assume that just means like an entry point for a genre.
Yeah, Capcom doesn't really do entry points these days. They're kind of deep in their franchises.
Yeah. When we break it down by the world versus Japan, exhilarating gameplay is still number 1 in the world, but for Japan, it's unique and attractive characters is number 1. Gameplay being the number 2 spot.
Japan is, again, wrong.
Also, weirdly enough, number 3 in Japan is the depth for replayed value.
Huh.
So, that's interesting.
That is a little interesting.
Story is number 4 for Japan. Meanwhile, 1, 2, and 3 for the world is the same as it is when you combined all the votes, which is exhilarating gameplay, unique and attractive characters, unpredictable and exciting storyline.
Unpredictable? Yeah, no. Not from Capcom.
What image do you have of Capcom? Number 1 is creative spirit. Number 2, strong originality. Number 4, amazing creator's treasury.
Yeah, originality might be a bit iffy, but fair enough. Oh, I can go back and actually deliver keepsakes. I mean, I don't know how much you want to continue reading this poll, but there is other things in the Nintendo Direct I would like to talk about.
True. That's true. So I'll start speeding through this poll as we're starting to get to some of the less interesting data. However, I am going to stop at this one. Are there any Capcom series that you would like to see get a sequel or new game?
Huh.
Number 1 voted Dino Crisis. Number 2, Mega Man. Number 3, Devil May Cry. Number 4, Resident Evil. Number 5, Darkstalkers. Please, 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 Capcom, make a rated M Darkstalkers game.
That's not gonna happen.
Hey,
you gotta level it down so it has a broader audience.
Well, but the problem is that's the problem with Darkstalkers. The problem with Darkstalkers already is like once you take it out of 2D, you can't give it like a rated T rating anymore. Like because of its already existing characters. If you would put them into 3D,
happen.
If you would put them into 3D, things would very likely have to start becoming M, because like Jeddah literally like separates his body and you see like the sinew and the blood in it, but in the old 2D graphics it doesn't look as bad. So like but yeah, as I think the other day, it might have been just literally yesterday, Max put it, if they make a new Darkstalkers games, things they have to keep in mind is it has essentially
Boobs.
The answer is the simple answer to his statement is just the word camp. But he didn't say the word camp. He said sexy, silly, and scary. Sexy, silly, and scary, which are like kind of the 3 elements that. So all 3 of those elements do exist in the old Darkstalkers game. Some of the characters are very silly in nature. Some of the characters are very sexy in nature, and some of the characters are very like horrific in nature.
I was like, doing silly and scary at the same time doesn't really sound like it would work, but then I'm like, no, it's what Scooby-Doo does. You can do that.
Yeah, so a large number of like what I consider camp horror is the scary with the silly at the same time, which is why when you put silly, scary, and sexy into a grouping, I say that is just the definition of like camp horror. So yeah, which I would agree is what Darkstalkers is. Darkstalkers is a very campy horror game, like horror fighting game franchise, like horror in the sense of like the way it's flavored.
I mean, is it actually a franchise or is it just 2 games?
There's 3 or 4.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
There's at least 3. Versus Capcom's number 6. Another one, please, please, please bring back versus Capcom games. There's very strong reason to believe that will come back because new Street Fighter Season 2 DLC has been announced, and Terry Bogard and Mai Shiranui from SNK's franchises, I guess, because they're both in Fatal Fury as well as King of Fighters, but they originated in Fatal Fury. So those characters are going to be in Street Fighter 6 as DLC.
So they're at least talking, but you know,
yeah,
it's still a bit of a ways off.
We could get a thing. Anyway, Okami number 7, Ace Attorney number 8, Onimusha number 9, Breath of Fire number 10.
Well, a cutscene happened, and I don't know, just some capsule is sitting there.
Yeah, that's the thing you have to go to for the main story. So if you're here for like a side quest, don't go there yet.
No, I've kind of mined out the side quests on my map, so I think I'm ready to try
it looks like there's one to your right.
Yeah, but
like on the menu.
The problem was I've been there, and it's kind of one of those quests I don't really know what I need to do.
What does the quest say?
Why is that still here? I thought I had finished gathering keepsakes.
I'll read it. Go to the bottom and read what you have to do. Having received the mementos of his fallen comrades, the resistance man gathered flowers from around the camp to commemorate their sacrifice. I think you have to talk to him again or bring the flowers someplace for him.
Yeah, it says gather new enemy intel and bring it back to him.
Oh, interesting. Okay. That stuff you can only do just by fighting new enemies, I guess, so.
Okay, now I'm gonna have to figure out how to do the 23 skidoo to get over there.
Anyway, games wanting a new franchise or a new game or sequel in a franchise in Japan, number one is Ace Attorney.
I mean, it's gonna happen, guys. Just give it like another 3 years.
And when broken down by gender, Ace Attorney is number one for girls, Dino Crisis number one for guys, which once again is just showing just how much the Dino Crisis fans showed up for this poll, because that is so skewed. The oldest generation number one is Darkstalkers. I would have voted Darkstalkers, and
You weren't just being ironic when you said that. Please, please, please.
no, I'm not. I am 100% serious. I want a new Darkstalkers. I want a new Rival Schools. I want new versus Capcom games. And if the one I don't mind not getting is new Rival Schools, as long as we take a plethora of the Rival Schools characters, not just Akira, and put them into Street Fighter, because we proved that we can put Akira into Street Fighter and for it to be great. So like, there's jump up in that hole, the doorway there, yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't read Japanese.
Let's see here, what else?
Okay, we're going into a meat box, which is great. I'm not sure how interesting this is going to be, considering we apparently have to do 3 of these things.
What was the first Capcom game you played? Mega Man is number one voted.
The original Mega Man? I think people are talking out of their ass on that one.
I mean, I think some of the people who voted might be,
No meaning to anything they do.
Oh,
might be...
there's no gravity here.
I mean, something's pulling those parts up, but, I mean, there's gravity. Otherwise, you wouldn't be stuck to the ground.
Oh, those are the forest guys. I was wondering if they were a totally new cult, but no, those are the forest dudes. Yeah, they were the ones who had the Viking armor, or at least the ones in the castle did.
Yes, these are the Forest Kingdom robots.
Yeah, your shield isn't impressing anyone, Mr. Doofus. Well, whatever faction made this thing, they're apparently allied with the robots. And apparently they have Smash Brothers Fall mechanics.
Do you have a complaint you would like to share with Capcom? Number one with 103,331 votes.
Fuck you, Capcom.
Previous IPs. Reboot previous IPs. Like, bring back old IPs.
Make me all the games I want as the game maker.
I mean, I agree. That's my complaint with Capcom, is they have all these amazing IPs and they only focus on like 3 of them.
I guess it would depend on how much they want to outsource at this point, because Capcom themselves could not make 10 different games at the same time.
I'm aware.
Well, that's why you need to consider that. Otherwise, you kind of look like a jerk sitting on your dragon's horde.
Anyway, there we go. That's basically the finished list. Okay, back to the Nintendo Directs. You said you had a game you want to bring up.
Well, let's bring up the one just so that I can do my funny, because this is definitely one point where I will be the well actually guy, and that's the one that we obviously have to bring up at some point is the new Zelda that's been announced this year, surprisingly. And
the one that I feel like should be named Legend of Link, because goddammit, you totally missed out on that opportunity, Nintendo.
And I'm taking this opportunity to be the well actually guy because for people who don't know, and it's a fair amount of people who probably don't know, Nintendo on this one is not being innovative, and if you see articles that saying that this is the first Zelda game, they are wrong. Nintendo was beaten to the punch on this 25 years ago by fucking Philips. This is the second Zelda-fronted Zelda game.
What's the first one?
Zelda's Adventure, ironically enough.
Which is what again?
It was the last of the Philips Agreement games.
Oh, okay.
So I'm being that guy because there is no real good reason for it to not be canon. because everything in Zelda is not a hard canon. You can basically make it all canon.
Yeah, I mean they already kind of did. I mean, like because of all these different timelines, everything's canon in some timeline.
So I just wanted to bring that up because I know for a fact people are gonna like splooge their pants and be like, "Oh my god, they're making the first Zelda protagonist game," and I'm like, "Nope, they did not. Zelda, they had the opportunity, and they did not take it."
All right, so they're making the first what is probably going to be a good game with Zelda.
Well, to me,
leading.
the ironic thing is that Zelda's Adventure did have some good points to it, and I did say that when I talked about it all that time ago, because I think the main thing I got out of it was that it had some interesting ideas for dungeons. And it was kind of amazing for that game because the way I emulated it, it had a major fuck up where every time I died, the emulator would crash, which basically meant that any time I died, I had to completely redo the dungeon I was doing. So that was a very interesting part of the challenge, and in spite of that, I actually didn't completely hate it. So I just wanted to bring that up. To be honest, if you want to talk about the game itself, it definitely just looks like another game attempting to be Link of the Past, which I don't really have a problem with. Even if they just want to set it in that version of Hyrule. Yeah, it looks fun. I just wanted to bring that up. It just kind of looks like a Link Between Worlds and Link to the Past.
I like the thing that they kind of are trying to do with it that they pointed out in the direct where like because of like the fact that the game is built around like summoning objects or enemies, like there's like 1,000,001 ways to solve every puzzle, which means like everybody's experience of how they like solved this or how they got through this will be different, and I do think that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm kind of a little wary of that design idea, which I think in this game is probably going to work out fine, but I really wish that Nintendo would just... it's going to happen eventually. Just get away from trying to make the next fucking Breath of the Wild. Like, it worked once. I really don't want this to just be what I don't want the franchise to just be Minecraft nowadays, but I'm thinking they're going to chase that until the wheels fall off.
I don't know. This looked better than... Because, you know me, I'm not a fan of Breath of the Wild in any way. I like how you were running opposite of the way the room's rotating.
9S needs his workout, damn it.
Because the middle one's rotating one direction, the outer one is rotating a different direction, and then I think the center one is rotating the same way as the outer one.
Physics, damn it. They still exist in the future. Which is kind of weird to say about a game about anime sword flipping stuff. Another game I definitely wanted to talk about was obviously... I know it's kind of weird to say it, but I'm going to call it kind of the outside bet to be included, and that's Metroid Prime 4.
It's not the game I thought you were going to talk about.
Yeah, I was like... I would still call it the outside bet, because... this one, I'm just gonna predict right out of the gate. I'm kind of wary of Metroid Prime 4, to be honest, because Retro has had a bit of a break from having a game out. And this definitely says to me that there were development problems for it to have taken this long to get to trailer stage. Which means that
they announced that they had to completely redo it and that they were switching who was in charge. It wasn't Retro. Well, when they redid it, it became Retro, but before that, it wasn't, if I remember correctly.
Which is making me a little wary because what that says to me is possible development problems, and
yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
I know that you're obviously not going to play it, but I definitely will when it comes out next year.
I did buy Prime Remastered. I just haven't gotten around to playing it yet. No, the game I was surprised and the game I was expecting you to bring up first and foremost was Mario and Luigi Brothership.
Oh, they're finally bringing out another one. God, that was forever. Jesus.
Yeah, because I know you really like those the Mario and Luigi RPG games.
Well, I'll clarify, and the problem is that it's kind of that shitty position to be in, is that
the original company's dead.
No. It's more that thing like I'm a fan of I'm a fan of the early games because the fucking modern stuff is just not that great. Like, I would love to be a fan of it again, but after Paper Jam, it was rubbish, and obviously the direction that Paper Mario went, and they don't even understand how to make an RPG anymore. Like, both of my like awareness of the franchise is exactly the same, where the modern games that the last ones that came out are just rubbish. Like, they're not as good as that they used to be, and when your best game made was made like in 2004 and 2010, that's where I kind of have to be. I mean, Paper Mario is improving. I'm kind of hoping that Intelligent actually taking a proper look at Thousand Year Door might lead them in the direction of making them good again. But Mario and Luigi has been dormant for quite a long time. I think Paper Jam might have actually been the last new game to come out.
Yeah, they said this is the first one in 9 years during the direct. Mario and Luigi Brothership will be the first one.
I mean, to be fair, ironically again, Mario and Luigi might actually be in the same position as Paper Mario because Mario and Luigi Alpha Dream has just been remaking the old stuff like the last 2 or 3 games they did, so maybe they'll do the same thing. Actually take the experience they had taking a look at the games when they were good and applying that to their new stuff instead of starting from when it was bad.
Yeah, I don't know quite. I don't know. So according to IGN here, the developer is Nintendo and the publisher is Nintendo. So I don't know if I have like a name of anybody else involved in this one.
I would be surprised if they scrapped Alpha Dream, but I mean that could be possible.
Yeah, and then Metroid Prime 4 is Retro. Echoes of Wisdom is Nintendo. Another game that I think is worth talking about, which is Super Mario Party Jamboree, which I think looks like they learned their lesson from Super. We'll have to see more once it comes out, but like, so Super felt like it didn't have enough content, right? That was one of the problems with Super.
Well, I would say that Super was... I was very cynical about Super because as
it was
a person...
fun. It was just didn't have enough. It's my experience,
well,
but
as a person who is what I am, what Super Mario Party... basically, what Super Mario Party offered was stuff that was already available to people who are in the know, because the old Mario Parties are the stuff that's good, and we have the ability to have programs to internet connect that shit together. I mean, we did it, like, as part of our first, like, co-oping experience. That's what we did. They offered was completely pointless to me. And it was another one in their line. Like I said, I am very, very cynical about ND Cube's run with Mario Party. In that, basically what it looks like to me is that they had no idea of how to make a Mario Party game, so what they decided to do was basically remake the old stuff. Not really to learn, but just basically just to leech off of the series of when it was good.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm curious. It's got like well over 100 mini games, if I remember. I don't remember the number they said. I know it was over 100.
I will say
that fun.
I will say that is surprising because even Mario Party when it was good, like they would usually tap out at around 70 or 80. So going for a full 100 is actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, and some of the new games they showed did look kind of silly and fun. So one of the things that I disliked about Super Mario Party was like I think there was only like 3 maps total in that game. There are 5 new maps in this game.
Yeah.
So on top of the 5 new boards, there's also in Jamboree there is Mario's Castle or whatever it was called from the first Mario Party. And then the Western Land from Mario Party 2. So those 2 boards will be available in Jamboree, and then there will also be 5 new boards. Which one is like a racetrack.
Which is
Where-
I mean, Western Land was definitely an inspired decision. That was the correct decision. Mario's Castle is a bit iffy,
I
but
like the spooky one the most.
this is something I did want to bring up. I actually didn't know this game existed up until like 30 minutes before we started. I just randomly saw it somehow. But what I was gonna say is that 100 claim is something I'm a bit iffy about because, like I said, I barely saw it. I'm not going to be too sniffy about it because I don't know, but them including retro boards makes me think that they might be doing that thing of saying they have 100 mini games, but they might be including retro ones on top of that. But I don't know if that's actually true or
might.
not.
I'd have to see how the controls work, because like one of the mini games that I saw in the trailer, do you remember the one where they have like this? Everybody's on like skis, and you have to go like left, right, left, right, left, right with the big skis as a team.
No, I thought you were bringing up like the Coupathlon feature they're bringing out.
No, so there's a mini game back in Mario Party 1 and 2 where you're on like
Oh,
skis, and you have to hit one button to move your left foot and then one button to move your right foot, and you have to do it in unison
yep.
because you're with a team, right? And you're against the other team, so it's a 2v2 game. There's a game that looks similar to that had Wiggler was on one side, and then on the other side were all the players, which was a total of it looks like 8 players here on skis, and I don't know how that's controlled. So if it's just like one button for one foot, one button for the other foot, then yes, this game is pretty much the same as the 1-in-1. It's just you're against Wiggler instead of against each other. But I don't know for sure because I can't tell what you're supposed to do in that game button wise. All the other games they showed were entirely looked new to me. I don't remember anything like them. I don't mind if some of the games are similar to old ones, just because like I did enjoy some of the old ones. And I mean, you know, I love Mario Party 2, and Mario Party 2's minigames, like a whole slew of them are just reused from one.
Well, I've already discussed the particular reason in that case why that happened before. Basically, like, I told you before that Mario Party 2 was one of the games that was during the 64 Double D experiments, which I think was why a lot of it got ported over, was that game was originally made as a Double D game before the system fell apart. Yeah, I can't remember why that would be the case, but my brain's saying that would be it.
Okay.
Oh no! Wait, it was probably a Double D like enhanced version of Mario Party, or at least the attempt. That might be what happened. What I do know is that the Double D's failure was why a lot of that game was particularly ported. But the thing I was gonna bring up is that I would be sniffy about it if it was direct remakes of previous minigames, because you are absolutely correct. Since the franchise has been going on for so long, a lot of the minigames that Mario Party comes out are pretty similar to each other, but they're not literally the same.
Right.
So you can get away with doing that. You can make very, very similar games. As long as you don't literally call them the same thing, I would be willing to call them new games, even if they are incredibly similar.
Then nothing in the trailer looked like anything I knew from Mario Party. The only one that I said to me looked very similar was the one where they're on the ski, but instead of
but yeah, I will agree that even though I'll just say very slightly disappointed that they are bringing back retro boards to fill out the numbers, because that means that they basically made 5 boards, and you do get 7 boards, but they made 5. And I mean, it's kind of a weird position to be in, because 7 is the correct number for a Mario Party game to have, but I don't know how much credit I would be willing to give them, considering 2 of them, they're again just homework copying again.
You cannot jump over that.
That's what you're getting at.
I mean, that's one thing I was potentially trying to get you to do. Anyway, I'm personally fine with them bringing back boards from older games for nostalgia's sake. Like, yeah,
hey, Pascal.
Sure, it makes your job a little
Also, I killed the deer because fuck deer. I guess the ultimate thing is that I would agree. I think Jamboree is learning from their mistakes, and D-Cube are finally getting back into merging the lessons they learned with actually making new content. I would say like I said, we didn't get a good look at the game like in detail in this trailer. From the trailer, they do seem to have good gimmick ideas. I think the board mechanics might be a bit simplistic for my taste. But I mean
I don't think we got to see
that could
all
work
of the
still.
board gimmicks.
But you know, I definitely appreciated Mario Party when they had like a very expansive item mechanic, a whole bunch of different types of spaces throughout. Like the GameCube Mario Parties had a pretty interesting kitchen sink approach where they just threw in tons of shit. And with Mario Party 7, I think they were going a little too overboard because with that game particularly, some boards would take fucking forever to get through because I think they put too much stuff in them.
Alright, first big choice of this round.
Well, obviously I'm not going to kill Pascal. That's it. That's like a genocide run choice, and I'm not that edgy.
I mean, so because from A2's perspective, you know, all robots need to die. So the reason this choice I think is in the game, I also chose Pascal to live, and I don't know what happens if you choose not to. But like, I think of it with like it has to do with 2B's influence onto A2. Anyway, I'm gonna send you a picture of all the boards. Because there's a pretty good picture here that lets you see the boards. I don't know quite everything that happens on all of these boards. I know they mentioned with the race one that there's like you can shoot like 40 spaces ahead with certain things on the race board.
That definitely sounded like an interesting gimmick. And it shows that while I think Jamboree is probably the closest that ND Cube are going to get to the Hudson Soft standard, and they might finally start getting on the right path. I still have my doubts that they are going to make a game that feels like Hudson Soft's glory days, but the closest one they've made to get to that point.
I just know that what were my because I enjoyed Super Mario Party, but my complaints with Super Mario Party look to be addressed here. The biggest complaint that I had was there was not enough boards in Super Mario Party, and that you got sick of the same boards because there was like 3, maybe 4 boards.
I still swear there was 5, which again is a pretty low number. Am I thinking of Superstars?
Maybe.
Because Super Mario Party, if that was the one that was before the one that was essentially just a bunch of remakes of 1, 2, and 3, then you are absolutely correct, because I think that one literally had 4 boards. Because I think it was one of those games where Nintendo or ND Cube or whoever, they pushed it out because I think they assumed that they were going to add more to it later, and later never came.
Yeah, so Super Mario Party has Whomp's Domino Ruins, which is like a very simple board, that's just like tutorial board. I think it might have the pay Whomps to move thing again, but I don't remember for sure.
I can see why you brought that one up originally.
But like,
now.
it's a very basic board. Like, it's a very basic board. Then they have King Bob-omb's Powder Keg Mine, which I forget how this one worked. Once again, the board itself is very small in size, because all the boards are like really small in size in that game. And I think it's like when the event spots activate King Bomb in the middle, and there's like a countdown where he'll blow up, and when he blows up, something happens. Whoops, didn't mean to close that tab.
But I can't trust that Pascal person, that didn't try to kill me.
Then they had Mega Fruit Paradise, which was like, there was 4 islands of different fruit, and you could like It was just, it once again felt like a very basic board without much of any gimmicks. And then the board that I thought was the most fun board of the game was Chemic's Tantalizing Tower, which was a race to the end board where the end had like a vending machine that could sell you multiple stars at different prices depending on like what got randomly decided.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like the only board that I thought was like fun in that game. Like all the other ones felt super basic, and that was my biggest letdown. Is like you have 4 boards and like 3 of them are like the very basic beginner bitch board that has like nothing to it, and they're like really small boards with like very few spaces, so you're like constantly running around the exact same board. Like you're like, oh, I'm back at the beginning of the board again, like very quickly.
Well, I mean, the reason they did that was the very obvious reason is that, I think it was ultimately hubris on their part, where they were like just trying to alter the formula to their whims and what they thought was correct. You know, on a franchise that they stepped into their 10th or 11th iteration, so massive eye roll. They got rid of the 1 to 10 dice. They made the games a lot shorter, so obviously they had to make the maps more boring because they made them way tiny.
And then the next game was Superstars. I never even played Superstars, but Superstars only had 5 boards and they were all from previous ones. It had Yoshi's Tropical Island Cake.
Peach's Birthday Cake was a really weird
Peach's
choice.
Birthday Cake. I don't know. Peach's Birthday Cake is my favorite from Mario Party 1.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh.
I like how you have to like buy spaces and like the flowers and stuff in that one.
Oh yeah.
Spaceland from Mario Party 2. There's Horrorland from Mario Party 2. It's in this one, and then Woody
Yep.
Woods from Mario Party 3. I actually tempted to buy this one, but like I do understand that everything in this is like available elsewhere because like all the games come from older Mario Party older Mario Parties as well. There's 100 mini games in that game apparently.
Well,
12 are from Mario Party 1, 19 are from Mario Party 2, 24 are from Mario Party 3.
the
8
thing.
are from 4, 10 from 5, 12 from 6, 6 from 7, 2 from 8, 4 from 9, and 3 from 10.
Yeah, I mean, you can make your purchasing decisions how you want. I'll say what I say about games, but I'm not gonna be mean to you about what you choose to buy, or at least I'll try not to, because I don't think that's fair.
My thought here with why I'm semi-tempted to get it is just because, like, I don't own any of the original Mario Party games other than 1. So, like, I would, this would be a fun way to play, like, some of the older style Mario Party stuff.
Yeah, that's the other problem is that, like, actually trying to buy, like, the game, because I did that, and I think you did that, too, at one point for an N64 game. It's extremely difficult because because the games are 30 years old, and over the times they probably a lot of them got broken and tossed, and they aren't available, and unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, Chinese knockoffs have flooded the market. Comparatively, just because like legit original copies just barely exist anymore.
Interesting. I didn't know anything about the Chinese knockoffs. I just know they're expensive because I know I paid $70 for
We might
for
have
Pokemon
to.
Stadium 2.
We might be up to. Yeah, we might be up to as much as we can play today because I did not charge my controller like I should have.
Okay, we can continue the topic at the very least.
I mean, I get
for at least a half hour.
Well, what? We could do this one of two ways. We could just stop the game right now and continue our topic until around 11 or so. Or we could continue our topic, I go put this in, and then we could pick it up at like a 10 to 11 and play till 11:30.
Yeah, I mean, whatever is fine. I don't really mind whatever you want to do.
I'll go plug it in
I just
then.
figure we talk about our topic for the time being.
Because there's still Nintendo Direct stuff to talk about, and if we run out of that, we can talk about Scooby-Doo, because there's probably going to be stuff to talk about there for the next month or so.
I've watched like 1,000,001 anime since like in the last couple weeks. I've watched a bunch of different shows, so if I need it, I can pull out some of those too.
Okay, so we'll just podcast for about 20 minutes because I'm an idiot, and
You have to charge your controller.
Yeah, I got it in the wall now.
Uh-uh.
I was kind of hoping that the small charge on it would have lasted longer, but you know, that's how batteries go.
I think we've at least at this point touched on all the big stuff from the Nintendo Direct, because we were talking about Super Mario Party Jamboree. I guess we didn't too much talk about Brothership, but it's, you know, we don't know a lot about Brothership at the same time. Like, they didn't show a lot of it.
I swear there was another game on my pile, but I might have been confusing it with something else.
Country Returns HD ? Question mark.
Maybe I was
Dragon
gonna.
Quest 3 HD 2D.
I guess maybe I might have been tempted to talk extremely briefly about Romancing Saga 2 being redone.
Oh, I don't know anything about that game.
And that's mostly to say that it has a very niche audience, and the whole series has been recently brought over to America, because I think some of them were Japanese exclusive for quite a while. Unless they, and basically I think the only thing I wanted to say was, unless they massively like remake it, which is never a guarantee, I probably would recommend to stay away from it, because I think Romancing Saga's the trilogy is way too complicated for its own good. I think they want to be innovative, but they have a struggle introducing and presenting it well enough for me to really care about how, you know, clever they think they're being.
Gotcha.
Like, a major problem that I had with the game was that because of how innovative their timing system is, like, quests would break on you because too many years would go ahead in time, and you would miss particular events, and then the game wouldn't tell you that your quest broke, and you would just go to the quest area and none of it would exist, and you would just have to assume that it broke, and then you would have to wait to go get the quest again in a different year. It's just a real big mess, and I don't like it.
Gotcha. I wasn't really planning on playing that game, and so another game that was on there that I believe I found out, I went and looked if it was coming to PC at the same time, because the other game is coming to PC in October, even though it's been on Switch for a while, and I wanted to play it, is the Danganronpa creators have another new game that's coming out, and that is the 100 Line Last Defense Academy, which is some weird survival school thing again, but this time the school is under siege by enemies from the outside, and I don't know if it's scripted deaths or if it's non-scripted deaths, but they did mention that you can lose classmates, like the classmates will die. So I don't know if that's like Danganronpa style, where like certain characters will die at certain points in the game just automatically, or if it's like if you don't protect your units, you know, Fire Emblem style, they will permanently die. Which the gameplay does remind me of Fire Emblem. It's very like, you know, move your character on a grid, you know, attack kind of stuff. So it's a game I'm looking forward to. It's the 100 Line Last Defense Academy, which is made by the Danganronpa people apparently.
It looks like that's about it for my pile, because that's the end of the list, and the only thing I know about the 100 Line was apparently it was either that game or the game previous it, where apparently it ran into financing issues, which I would hope wouldn't be the case, because I wouldn't like to know if Chunsoft is having financial difficulties.
I don't know. The one of the things I have with this is I don't think this one is. While it's the Danganronpa creators, I don't think it's Chunsoft.
Oh, so it's the actual like individuals.
Yeah, because so like the second I saw it like on the Nintendo Direct when I was watching the Nintendo Direct and I like saw the character designs, I'm like, oh, this is made by the Danganronpa people. And then they dropped that it was made by the Danganronpa people. So I was like, because like the character designs are just like incredibly Danganronpa. But the developer is two Kyo games, like Tookyo games, and the publisher is Aniplex.
Okay,
So
so Chunsoft doesn't have anything to do with this apparently, and I did remember this correctly. The person who, I'll just say a creator from Danganronpa because I don't know who this person is. Apparently, he personally went into debt for this game because I actually was right. It sounds like the previous RPG he was working on was canceled pretty brutally on him.
So was this one he went in the debt? It wasn't Rain Code? It
Well,
was the previous game that I've been wanting to play, but I didn't want to play it on Switch. I wanted it to come to PC, and apparently it is eventually coming to PC. Is by the Danganronpa creators again. This one was published by Spike Chunsoft, but it was the developer is still that 2Kyo Games, and that one was called Master Detective Archives Rain Code.
okay, so apparently, I actually pulled up the article this time, so I'm not just bullshitting. The 100 line is an awaited collab between Danganronpa people and Zero Escape people. But apparently a publisher on this project pulled out at one point, and their company is taking out financing to make it happen. So I'm not sure how this relates to their previous project.
Yeah, I don't know. Their previous project, the publisher was Spike Chunsoft, so it makes me wonder if Spike Chunsoft is the people who pulled out of that, because I typically think of, when I think of the Danganronpa games, as Spike Chunsoft, and I knew Spike Chunsoft was involved in Rain Code, and I didn't even realize until a second ago when I looked at it that 100 line is not not Spike Chunsoft. So, but the art style is 100%. Like I look at it, and I'm like, yep, that's Danganronpa people. So like I'm excited because the Danganronpa games have crazy characters and crazy story elements. And so if it's the same people, I expect the game to have nutty characters that I'm gonna fall in love with.
Apparently, the 100 line has been in development for quite a long time, and ran into scope creep at some point. And 2Q, which is a name, they're financially betting on this one because apparently it's been a long time for them to make this happen.
Okay, well we'll have to see then, because this one is, when this one comes out on Switch, it also drops on PC the same day, which is why I was like, cool, because one of the things that pissed me off is like when they announced Rain Code, or Code Rain, during a Nintendo Direct a year or two ago. I remember being like, oh yeah, I totally want to play that game. That looks cool. It's, you know, it's a Logic E game similar to Danganronpa, but it's got like, you know, it's its own new thing. So I'm like, okay, so they're done with Danganronpa. They made that very clear. So now they must be, you know, making a new like IP that will kind of keep the same kind of mystery solving gameplay, or at least a variation of it, but be like its own world with own new thing, but the same, you know, art style. And I guess I had never really looked into whether it got good reviews or not, but like I never heard anything bad about it on Switch, and now it's finally coming to PC in October. So I'll buy it because I'm a sucker for Danganronpa, and I will shill the money to buy it and try it, and if it's bad, I'll let you know.
To be like, yeah, collar pull, Chunsoft is making some weird shit. And not the good kind of weird shit.
Yeah, it came out in June of 2023, so it's been a little over a year by the time. So its IGN rating at the very least is oh no, it doesn't have an IGN rating. But it's
Really?
rating on yeah. So IGN must not have rated this game because they just have NR. I don't know what the fuck that means. I just assume that means
Not rated.
Not rated. Yeah. But these must be based on user ratings. It's 7.9, so it's pretty good.
Well,
because it has a rating on IGN, it's just not IGN's rating. So
they are willing to publish these blasphemous lies.
so at least fans, I guess, want it to claim it was 7.9. So I will take that in good hopes. But yeah, so that's one game I was excited about was the 100 line. I already kind of touched on Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection and why that's just a miracle, and how Capcom listened to fans, because this is 100% coming off of in 2021 the hashtag free Marvel vs. Capcom 2 that happened, and like, goddamn, am I excited, because I played Marvel vs. Capcom 2 in an arcade in Colorado, like 7, 8 years ago, maybe now, and I had just so much fun, and like, it was a game that I always heard fighting game fans talk about in super high regard and talk about how great of a game it was, and when I finally got to play it, it did not disappoint. I was having so much fun, and to be able to buy that and play that whenever I want without having to deal with emulation, just mwah. Chef's kiss. So I'm excited for that. Brothership, I'd
be wary
I'll wait for
of.
more information. I'm gonna wait for more information, but it looks alright. And then I personally think Echoes of Wisdom looks like it's gonna be fun. Jamboree, I'll wait to hear more, but I do think it from, as I said, it looks like it addressed all of my issues. Prime 4, I don't give a fuck about. Sorry, I just don't. It's not my cup of tea. Now, given with its release date being 2025, I do believe this won't be on the Switch. I don't think they necessarily said that it's on the Switch. They just dropped the name and like said 2025. And like, I do. You know, it's heavily rumored that we're getting the Switch 2 or whatever you want to call it, but like the thing after the Switch, and that we're likely getting it next year at some point. So my guess is Prime 4 is going to be a launch game on that system. That like part of what happened when they had to redo it is that they chose not to put it onto the Switch. However, it still might be on the Switch, or it might be a game that's like available on both. I don't know. I'm sure the new one will be backwards compatible, like whatever the new Switch will be backwards compatible to the first Switch. So, like, probably if they do make it, they probably won't like release it on that console as its own game. They'll probably just be like, hey, you can, buy the Switch version and just put it into your new console.
I will say that like, Metroid Prime really needs a redemption, because where they decided to leave it was with Federation Force. Technically, I mean, you could say the remastered is technically where they left it, but I mean, I'm sure you know my perspective on how legit new investment is as a remake or a remaster. So I would still say that Federation Force is where they left the series, and even though Corruption wasn't, it was basically a good, not great situation. So I mean, Metroid Prime just needs a real winner to recapture what it used to be, and if they can't make that happen, I think that Metroid's probably gonna lose that like that Kirby style guaranteed winner status. Where
to my knowledge, it already lost that, but all right.
Well, I mean, I could forgive a misstep or two. I don't think it's killed like the mystique of the whole franchise. Which, I mean, after this one, I'd probably be willing to say that. If it did come out and was basically just like Corruption levels of, especially if it's a launch title, because Corruption was a Wii launch title, and it had gimmicks that did not mesh well. So I mean, I'm hoping for the best because I'm a big Metroidvania nut. Dread was one of the last games that came out. Again, that was a pretty damn good one. So it might be on an upswing. It might not.
I know my roommate really liked Dread.
The one thing that I just couldn't mesh with Dread, and what really brought it down, was the marquee horror villains, the robots. They are not scary. They are not even remotely scary. They have rubbish horror designs, and I don't know what the hell Mercury's team was thinking when they pitched that as a horror concept. But someone needed to really punch that guy in the balls and start over. Because you cannot make Apple products scary. And that's essentially what they are. They are crisp, clean, perfectly off the line robots that are white, green,
They remind me
orange.
of like GLaDOS from Portal.
I think that's even giving it too much credit, to be honest.
I mean, visually, not necessarily, because GLaDOS is that like love to hate kind of character, where you just like, you know, she's constantly mocking you and all this shit. You're just like, fuck you, GLaDOS, shut the fuck up. Stop making fun of me. I know I'm bad at Portal. Portal's a good game. We should play that on stream sometime. I don't know if you ever played the Portal games.
I've seen a lot of it played. Portal
1's very quick.
I wouldn't be opposed to it. I've got 12 projects left on my spinning wheel. Depending if one doesn't end up falling through, because I'm going to be throwing that into a test and see how that goes, but I'll explain that once we actually finish Automata. It's probably just going to be 2 more episodes. If that.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure how quick this third run is going to be, but I would bet on, considering that we're wasting time now, I would bet on 2 episodes.
It's pretty quick, especially if we don't focus on any side quests, because
which we are.
While I don't remember everything, yeah, and we should take time to try to find the Gestalt files at some point, but so like the 9S story is essentially gonna be us going to each of the 3 towers and then going to the big tower. So like, and the big tower is the final thing of the game. So like,
we're finally gonna learn the big secret under all this nonsense.
That sort of stuff can, you know, pretty quick. As it doesn't with fast travel and stuff, it doesn't take too long to get to the 4 towers for the 9S stuff. I don't remember what all the A2 stuff was again, but and you know, I don't recall it being super lengthy either. So where this route will probably be over quick, but I do feel like I think this game does some cool stuff, but unless we find some shit that makes it like way better and way cooler, because like I feel like there's a lot of interesting ideas there, but I do believe like a lot of it might be in papers. Some of the stuff that I feel might be necessary, at least for me, is stuck behind these papers and stuff that I didn't find because I didn't realize I wasn't going to get them through the main story. I just assumed I was going to get them through the main story. So we'll have to just, you know, wait and see, because I know you were talking about how other people talk this super highly about this game. I definitely think that I can see how people got that interpretation. I currently don't hold that interpretation.
I mean,
not that the game's bad, it's fun, but
I mean, the reason why I put it on there was that someone I respected reviewed it and ended up saying it was one of the most important games released in 2017.
Yeah. So I feel like maybe if I knew more than what I knew, and some stuff that I might come to that conclusion, or maybe I just need to think more about like the symbolism of stuff, because there definitely is very clear symbolism in that game, but I guess maybe I haven't given it a long enough thought to figure out what the full symbolism of like what the whole, you know, message of like, because clearly, you know, the message has to do with like what it means to be human or whatever, but like I don't think I necessarily spent enough time to put those clues together. But I know there's like some very blatant like elements to the game that scream that there is deeper meaning to assess here. One of the big ones I think is the that should hit people in the forehead right away is the blindfolds on the Yorha units, because that's very clearly symbolic from a narrative. Like in their world, it's just an aesthetic thing that they do, I guess, or I don't quite know why Yorha. Maybe there's a thing in the game somewhere that explains exactly why they cover their eyes, but like out, on a deeper, critical narrative like study, there's something to be said about willingly blinding yourself to the truth, and like that's where that's coming from. Like Yorha's blinding itself to some sort of truth, and I think it's important that like when 2B looked at A2 that she cut off her blindfold, and like there's some symbolism there that goes into like the deeper meaning of stuff. But like I don't know if I found all the paperwork that maybe makes that stuff clear enough, because like the Gestalt project is definitely like an important thing, and some of this other stuff, and maybe I just didn't get enough information, or maybe I just haven't chosen not to think about it deep enough yet. But
Well,
yeah,
A2,
we'll have to wait and see and finish the game. So
well, A2 isn't blinded at all, so there may be something there.
yeah, and A2 never had a blindfold on, I don't think, in this game. Presumably at one point in time she did, but she hasn't had it at all since. So
Well, I'm about ready to go pick up the controller and hope it lasts for another half hour.
sure. Let's hear other games that we were to quickly finish up. Ace Attorneys, excited for that to come out, just so that I can finally have them all. And then
One bar.
the very last game on the Nintendo Direct that we have yet to talk about that I will touch on that I desperately really want to play is Hello Kitty Island Adventure. And the reason,
You
the reason-
lying bullshitter.
No, I'm not lying. The reason I really want to play Hello Kitty Island Adventure is because it's a game that got wished into existence by South Park.
Okay.
So, fucking, hold on, I gotta.
Troy Parker
What year
was
did that
like,
come
make
out?"
me a game.
No, so in 2006, South Park made an episode called Make Love Not Warcraft, which has to do with the boys playing World of Warcraft. And in that episode, there is a moment where like all the boys call a meeting together to talk about World of Warcraft and like a problem they're all facing in the game of this like this guy who like hacked the game and is killing everybody, and so they can't enjoy the game because this guy is killing everybody. So they all the boys get together, like the whole town, to talk about how they're gonna take this guy down so that they can play their game. And during that meeting, Butters raises his hand and goes, "Well, I don't play World of Warcraft." And they're like, "Butters, you said you're on your computer all the time." And he's like, "Well, yeah, but I'm playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure." And that was in 2006. And now there's a game called Hello Kitty Island Adventure in 2024. So I don't know how South Park knew the future, but South Park knew that one day there would be a game called Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Because when that episode came out, this game did not exist in any facet. It came out like a year or so ago on like Apple, and that's it. Like it's only available on Apple devices right now. But with the Switch announcement, it's coming to Switch and it's coming to PC. So like, I can play Hello Kitty Island Adventure and be just like Butters.
Because who wouldn't want to be just like Butters?
I mean, so in all fairness, it just looks like Animal Crossing but with Hello Kitty, and like I'm okay with playing Animal Crossing but Hello Kitty just for the meme of getting to play Hello Kitty Island Adventure, because South Park made it up before it actually existed. And
And because it's Hello Kitty, that means it's automatically guaranteed to make $100 million somehow.
probably. It's already been on Apple for like a year, but
I'm gonna blame
it's
Hong
coming
Kong for this. They
it's
did
coming
it.
to a lot of other stuff later. I mean,
Yep.
I'd blame Japan. Isn't Hello Kitty a Japanese thing?
Nah, it's totally a Chinese thing, which still wouldn't be Hong Kong. Because politics.
Fair enough. I'm curious. I actually don't know a lot about
All
Hello
this
Kitty.
stemmed from Hello Kitty, how dare you.
Well, so to bring up something while talking about Hello Kitty, the other day there was like I went to there's an Asian like mall and that has like a bunch of stores and stuff in it in the cities here, and me and some friends ended up there the other day, and for the first time ever I found out that these characters that I just knew were like Japanese anime characters of some kind. I didn't know they were Hello Kitty characters, and like all of a sudden I found out like Hello Kitty has more than just Hello Kitty. Like there's like a whole
Oh,
slew of
whole
like
ton.
characters. And like I didn't know that until like this year, and so that's kind of been like a very fun realization. I'm like, oh, because I've never understood how Hello Kitty's that popular, because like I don't see Hello Kitty all that often, but when you take into account all these other characters, yes, I do see Hello Kitty a lot. I just didn't realize these other characters were Hello Kitty.
That guy got very offended that I hit him in his back. Because he was not hostile until I tried to shoot him. And by shoot him, I mean shoot him with my sword. Which is totally shooting if you look at it right. Yeah, you have one electrical foot and that's enough to kill me. Eventually, when we get back to talking about Scooby-Doo, I left it off on probably the dumbest point that I could, because we left it last time we talked about it right before Scrappy-Doo. And that's definitely worth discussing. Because I think Scrappy-Doo was involved in 4 shows before they axed him as a recurring guy.
Yes, you're correct. The most recent Mario and Luigi game pre-brothership is Paper Jam.
Wow, that is depressing.
So yeah, because the games are Superstar Saga in 2003, Partners in Time 2005, Bowser's Inside Story 2009, the Dream Team 2013, Paper Jam 2015, and now Brothership 2025. Or 2024. It comes out in November.
Oh, god damn it, it's in Pascal's Village now, I think. Yeah, that's Pascal's Village. Yeah, it's probably going to be a lot faster to just run back to that vending machine rather than try to get over this canyon to get to Pascal's Village. Thank you, Bird Clock. I appreciate your tweets.
And it wasn't until, like, yesterday that I remembered that Paper Jam was a thing that happened. I forgot that there was a crossover between Paper Mario and the Mario and Luigi RPG games.
And surprisingly, considering Mario as a character, blending Mario and Luigi Mario and Paper Mario together didn't really do all that much.
I mean, that's how I felt with Partners in Time. Not that I remember Partners in Time being a bad game, but, like, Partners in Time was basically the only,
It had some
Mario and Luigi game. It's the only one I really played extensively at any point in my life, and I maybe got halfway through the game, maybe. And I remember thinking it was okay. I remember personally thinking the controls were a little wonk, which just stems from, like, the one character's B and one character's A thing that just kind of is a series thing.
Yep.
So, like, that's just me having some wonkiness with it, but, yeah, I just remember being like, okay, the babies being here doesn't really make the game all that crazier or more fun. So
Yeah, I would say Partners in Time had some interesting ideas with its villain. But beyond that, yeah, it's there. I would say my bigger problem with the later Mario and Luigi games is that rather than craft their own villain, they decided Bowser and the Koopalings was a good spot filler. And unfortunately, the Koopalings don't have a lot of personality to work with.
which game was this? Inside Story, or
I think
know a lot of people really like Inside Story.
No, it wasn't Inside Story. It was either Paper Jam or
Dream Team,
or the one that came before that. I'm not sure if the Dream Team is the one that I'm kind of maligning.
It is. There's only 5 of them before Brothership, and that's Superstar Saga, Partners in Time, Inside Story, Dream Team, Paper Jam.
Is there a monster right down there that you need me to kill?
I forget what it is, but it's
Unfortunately,
either just some random robot or it's like a pig or something. I don't remember. It's something really basic and easy. Either way.
A2 and Pascal might be in that infuriating sitcom trope where they're both constantly being like, no, I have to pay you back. No, I have to pay you back for the thing you just did. No, I have to pay you back now.
It's like a robot animal thing.
Oh, it was the bad bot. I misread it. I thought it said bad bat. So did you want to talk about your animu, or did you want to talk about my thing?
I mean, we can talk about your thing, however, we are about to hit a very big and important story moment.
Oh, Pascal's gonna finally tell us the ultimate secret.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, we know
That's gonna
that.
happen.
They're reconnecting to the evil network, and that's bad. I mean, I guess it's kind of interesting that these guys have the ability to decide for themselves. But I'm sure we already know that from a while ago. A2's like, no, make up your own mind. As long as you don't cut off our heads, because then we'd have to put them back on again. Oh, they finally started offering side quests.
Yeah, and don't progress the story too far from here without finishing those side quests.
We don't have a lot left to do. I think we're up to 75% completion.
I know, but those side quests will become unavailable really quick.
Because
You
the
either
tower's
go and do
gonna...
them right now.
The tower's going to collapse and destroy everything.
Yeah, sure. All I know is you don't progress the main story too far from here until you finish those.
Yeah, back to the factory.
Right, but this is the main story, I believe.
Well, yeah, the bad bot destroyed the whole playground. I'm bleeding into your personality, A2. You're gonna be the helpful character.
Actually, this fixing the thing for the kids might be the main story. Or all of it might be the main story, I don't remember.
Don't forget. I probably shouldn't steal from the Resistance base. They might get mad at me. And make it difficult to live.
You don't have to steal, you can just talk to an enemy about it and be like, hey, do you want to give these books to them?
And it's gonna be like stupidly exclusive vendor trash.
I think it's like wood.
Well, apparently I don't have whatever it is.
Anyway, I wish I could remember exactly what the main story is here, because maybe just try to do all of them before returning to the village. Like,
Well,
don't return to the main village until all of them are done. Like all of the side quests you have for them are done. Because I remember finishing the slide for the kids.
Apparently everything I need is at the amusement park.
For all 3 quests.
I don't even know if we got
No,
3.
because you have to talk to an enemy for the books.
There was like 3 marks there. It's a lot of stuff.
I mean, it just might be 3 zones to find stuff for building the stuff for the kids.
Well, let's take a look around and see what we can find. More of these constantly being lost earrings.
If I remember correctly, one of them's over here someplace on the ground. Like either inside that or, yeah, there's one.
It's just called toy
2.
material. Oh, god damn it. I hate you, you dumb thing. I ought to throw you into a river.
There was something on top of those boxes over there.
Oh, that thing? That was the copper ore that apparently I can no longer pick up.
Oh, weird. Well, I then start climbing the ride, I think, is where the rest are gonna be then.
Can't just kick down a ladder or something to make this a little easier.
Nope.
Okay, so that mined out that area. Too bad my brain is not connected to my Memorpager instincts. God, she has just got the shittiest attitude.
The world's kicked her every which way, and she's been by herself for a very long time, so...
Next thing you know, she's just gonna pointlessly call Pascal a pervert.
I don't see her saying that unless Pascal makes a pass.
Pascal doesn't understand what that means.
Well, then I think Pascal has nothing to worry about.
Pascal's gonna show up and get stabbed through the head with a 7-foot sword. For no reason.
Probably not.
The world is gonna get more edgy. It's gonna get edgier than Shadow the Hedgehog. Gotta go to the factory, and that honestly looks like it.
And talk to an enemy.
Oh yeah, but I have to be careful because there's a main quest over there.
That might be the main quest, yeah. Getting the books from an enemy might be the main quest.
Is there a machine in the factory?
There's several teleports near the factory, albeit I think you only ever unlocked one. Yeah, because they show the hangars and the furnace are both locked off. Because you never went and unlocked those.
There are machines punching them to this day, 2.5 weeks in the future. Yeah, I might want to save the topic for next week because we only got about 15 minutes left in the episode.
Sounds good.
Which is kind of a shame because I did want to talk about Scrappy-Doo and essentially that Scrappy-Doo was a bad idea, but not for the way that I think people think about it nowadays, where he's a character that's hard to work with in the franchise, but he's not impossible to make work. But the effort to make it work is probably way more than is justified for his character.
Let's see here. What anime did I recently watch?
Oh, I can mention something that happened hilariously. That's real quick. I don't know if it was because it was just the 80s or it was a coloration mistake, but from what I understand canonically, both Scooby and Shaggy both have Confederate ancestors.
Interesting.
And I don't know if that's just because they gave the design the wrong color hat, which might be the case, but I think Shaggy's example is legit. Like, he is a Confederate person from the South, and I think in the episode they also call him a war hero, which is kind of amazing. Oh, I just couldn't
That's
believe it, to be
clearly
honest.
not problematic in any way, shape, or form.
I thought it was hilarious, and I wanted to mention it.
Just go berserk and murder them all, because down there is one of the things you're looking for, it looks like.
Okay. Get a better chance to actually show, and it blew up everybody. Show it in action.
And if you have the chip that gives you HP when you kill stuff, you'll stay in it for a really long time. Every time you kill something, you'll heal, and then that'll keep you up, because if you look at your health right now...
I had a problem.
I mean, it automatically... Well, so it ended now, so... when it ends, you, like, you know, you go into, like, a vulnerable state.
Can't believe I'm killing machines to save a machine. Better go see Pascal.
Next time we get the opportunity to talk about it, I do want to talk about the other thing in that series that really gets on my nerves, and that's Yabadoo. Because this was definitely during the period, I don't know if I'm actually going to call it anything pithy, but it's the period where basically Hanna-Barbera gave up on the concept of Scooby-Doo. And I'm not really sure why. And kept trying to reformat the franchise into something completely different. But we'll talk about that at a different time. Because that's a bit more of a mouthful than Shaggy and Scooby have Confederate grandparents. Because that's just funny.
In the past, like, week or two, I've watched 9 different anime series.
Jesus, you've had a lot of time on your hands.
I did have a lot of time on my hands. Because I watched all of Spy X Family was what I first watched because I was like, I haven't watched anime in years. Let's check into some anime. So watch Spy X Family. It's good. That's about all I have to say about it.
I've heard that too.
It was pretty entertaining. I'm a big fan of Yor, the like pseudo mom, because it's, you know, it's like a pseudo made up. It, you know, that everybody has their own reason for being in that family.
I was trying to check which village that was.
I was gonna say go back to Pascal's village and hand everything in that you can. I think, but you should maybe do first. Just like don't progress the main story.
Was A2 always almost naked? Because I thought she had like half a dress on.
Oh, she's always been that way. So she's always been just. But yeah, so to give you the premise of Spy X Family, it takes place in fictional East-West Germany.
Cool.
And our main character is a spy who works for essentially the fictional version of West Germany, which is called, I think, West. The names of both of the countries essentially have. One has, I think, West. I want to say it's Westonia. And that one has the word West in it, and then the Eastern Germany country has a word that means East in it, but like you have to know that it means East. It doesn't directly say East in the name. Oh yeah, now you get to go down the slide.
I mean, they just said, "Hey, the slide's at the top of the village. Go say hi to the slide."
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the slide. It's fun.
Huh.
Oh yeah, and the music changes to be all cute because you help the kids. That door was for a side quest that you've probably already completed.
Here's a shiny rock. Hey,
Don't
Pascal.
slide. But okay, yeah. So anyway, there's our main character is a spy whose he's a master of disguise to the point where like no one knows his real name. His code name is Twilight, and the name he ends up going by in the story is Lloyd, but no one knows his original name. And he's like the best spy on all of West Germany. Don't talk to Pascal, probably.
But what else
That
do
might
I
be
have
main
to do?
story stuff. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure you don't progress the main story. It's just my biggest fear. I guess you can talk to her. Cause whatever we have to do to progress the main story isn't in this village, so I guess maybe Pascal will send us someplace else to do something. Or maybe it's the books that we have to go get. That stuff's really good. The stuff he just gave you for upgrading weapons to level 4.
So they are able to transfer bodies, but not memories. But, you know, implications still coming up.
Yeah.
I guess we could call
But yeah,
it then,
so
since we
our best.
don't have any... Oh wait, is there a side quest
Sure.
there?
Yeah, there is.
Side quest! Woo! Time to go back to the Resistance and destroy it!
I think that side quest might be the Popula and Devila side quest. So he's in charge of, his mission is to essentially, he has to befriend this politician, so that, this politician's pro-war between the two sides, and he has to befriend this politician to help keep things from escalating to war. And in order to do that, he has to be a family man. So it's his most difficult challenge yet, because the only way to get close to this guy, because he makes so little public appearances, is through his kid's school. And so now our spy Twilight needs to make a family to get into the school. And so in doing that, he adopts a daughter from an orphanage who turns out to be who turns out to have been an East. The quest is Devila has it. The kid that they adopt turns out to have been an experiment by East Germany that they haven't, at least in the anime yet, gone too much in depth about how this happened, but she has the ability to read minds. And so she reads the spy's mind, knows about the mission, and does a really good job at playing it up so that she gets chosen to be adopted because she wants a family. Yeah, so you already have everything she wanted, because she just wants stuff that you can get around the map. And there's multiple of these quests where they ask you to get stuff.
They don't believe in money or having things. The mercenary. You have other things to do. Give it to me. Give me your arm. Rips her arm off. Is this a quest?
Yeah. And they'll get to it. It's another materials fetch quest is all that they give you.
She doesn't believe in help. Oh, you need something rare, not something I have in my pants. What kind of bullshit is this? An actual quest that requires effort and time? Ugh.
But yeah, and then
Holy
that's
shit.
a weapon back there. There's a chest that only 9S can open up back there. That's
I hate you, Box. I've always hated you.
that has a weapon in it. Not that you need it. I just used the virtuous swords the entire game,
It's the illusion of choice that matters.
basically. But yeah, and so she ends up getting herself adopted because she can read minds, but she's afraid that if she lets them know that she reads minds, that he'll want to get rid of her. She's keeping the secret that she can read minds from the family. He's keeping the secret that he's a spy, and then eventually, they manage to pass the entry exams to get into the school, partially because she can read minds and that helps her pass the tests and stuff. But there comes to be like a family interview where they need to interview the family. So now he needs a wife because they're not gonna want a child. They're that persnickety that they're not gonna want the school is not gonna take a kid from a single parent family. So he has to get married. And he ends up finding this girl who works for the local town, like city hall, who she's been single for a long time, and she is awkward and everything. And I forget exactly how they end up coming to the arrangement to get married as like a sham marriage, but they do. You can't go that way.
So he didn't just go for the obvious getting a call girl plot.
No, because they probably would have figured that out.
How do I get in
there? they do back. I think you have to like progress through the.
Is there like the underground part?
No, not the underground part. Go forward. Go in back into that like where you spawned in. Go back there. I think there's a path from there that gets back there. Because like this is kind of a dungeon area that's circular because you fight Adam for the first time at the end of this, so there's like a circular path that takes you from here to where you fought Adam, and then there's a path from there that takes you out, and I believe that's where the desert flowers are. They begin in the Adam fight room. There's like one.
It's gonna take a while to get to, so.
But but it turns out in secret she is an assassin for the East German government. Or something akin to it. Like,
oh no,
exactly
the worst convenience.
Government. But yeah, so this is her day job is this, but she's actually an assassin and like one of the most lethal assassins in the country. So she has to keep that a secret. So it's very entertaining because each of the family members has like a secret they're keeping, except for the fact that the little girl knows all the secrets because she's psychic, and so she aids the other two in keeping their secrets from time to time while also having to play the game of I don't know your secret. Like she has to make it seem like she doesn't know the secret, but she has to do things at time to like give someone an excuse. Like, oh shit, I need like an excuse. And then like the little girl will come up with the excuse out of nowhere and they'll be like, oh god, thank god that she just happened to whatever. And like they don't put together that the little girl came up with that because she knew that they needed a secret. And then eventually they get a dog that can see the future too. Just to have another family member. They get a dog that can see the future. But that's not in the first season. I think that's in the second season.
It's a cascading set of random problems. Well, these guys are not much.
The first desert flower is somewhere around.
Oh god,
the suicide bomber.
That's a suicide bomber?
There was the one that was screaming. That was a suicide bomber.
I was like, I don't think they make them that big.
No, it blew up already. Oh, there's another one though, because it's screaming.
Hopefully one of these shockwaves hits it. It did not.
Anyway, you don't need to fight all these guys. I do think they're infinitely spawning.
It's gonna make it a lot harder to find what I need then, because...
Well, it's not like in the arena. It's like slightly outside the arena.
How do I get in this tube?
Yeah, it's up above here on like what would be the way out is like the first one. Yeah, I think the first one's right there. And then the rest are deeper along this trail.
Yeah, I don't think Popola would have survived that. I can see what she was complaining about.
But it's a pretty fun, silly anime. Another thing I really like about it that I think is fun is that the spy dad is the more like he's the one who has like
wacky ideas.
No. He's like the agility. So like normally you'd expect like the woman to have the graceful like agility based fighting fighting, and for the guy to have Don't go down the hole. It's not down the hole. Whatever you're looking for isn't down the hole. It might be up above on like a rock above or something.
But what if I jump in the hole? Is my success in a hole? Now you're just making fun of me, game.
What? Why is the game making fun of you?
It's like, we're gonna put it on the dangerous part of the legend, it's $200. Hope you appreciate the hard work and almost dying. Why were they defending this hovel? What do they get out of the rose? Why do you guys appreciate, pretty things?
But yeah, and then the mom, she's that thing that I don't know how to describe. That's an anime that like I could best describe it as like every now and again in anime there's just a character who's just like superhuman levels of like powerful, like when it comes to like strength and speed, and even though no one in the world is this way, and like the show doesn't go out of its way to explain why this person can be like inhumanly powerful, and it's a lot of time it's just played for comedic effect. You know what I'm talking about?
And like, not
the
really, to be honest.
Just, like, they can run at like a flash of.
Is it just like tautological bullshit?
I mean, yeah, this is like when the character gets mad and then suddenly they're like lifting a car to like throw at someone, like that. I can think of a handful of anime that have it, and very few ever go out of their way to explain why the character can do it. One of the anime that I know does it is
I guess I might think of some.
Durarara has a character in it. That's another good anime. Durarara has a character in it who, the reason they explain this character is able to do it is because his body, the thing in your body that like restricts your the thing in your body that restricts your adrenaline.
Okay.
Like that restricts how much your adrenaline your body produces doesn't work properly in this person is the excuse they give. So when this character gets angry, they can like lift a car and like throw it at someone, even though it's the rest of the world plays by pretty normal rules. Like there's some stuff in it. I mean, there's supernatural stuff in Durarara, but like no character is like throwing buses and stuff other than this guy. But like this guy can just like one of the things he commonly does when he gets mad is he'll like rip out like a street light, like a lamp post, and like swing it like a bat. So like the some of the things that like Yor can do is,
hey, why don't you have another quest for me?
Like she could like stop a car with her hands, something like that. She's like Captain America level powers. So like superhuman by human levels, but like not so powerful that.
This is a random gun on the floor. Guys, secure your guns. You might get shot. Well, since
it's a pretty good anime, and I really enjoyed the fact that like Lloyd is his fighting style and like his way of going about things is like the espionage, stealthy, like agility based fighting, and then Yor is the one that like is gonna frickin' throw someone through a wall.
Being subversive is good if you think about it.
Yeah, but like it's pretty funny, and I mean that's why she has like the overpowered level that she has, or like she has like inhuman levels of strength and speed, is because it's just humorous to like suddenly have her like the bad guys are getting away in a car and she can like run to get to the car, like she could like run after a car and catch up to it, like it's more played just for the comedy sake of it all. Wow, you did do a lot of the quests in the game.
Okay. Oh wait, I don't want to talk to Anemone. I might fucking do the wrong quest.
Yeah. Now, given the side quest thing I was mentioning has to do with the side quest for specifically the village, like where the robot village. Not so the Popula and stuff isn't going to be damaged by continuing the story right now. It'll be very clear when you can't do the Popula stuff anymore, and that's when you go into the final tower. But okay, don't talk to her again now. Okay, no, okay, so it is prioritizing the side quest first, it looks like.
Should I just not do that side quest?
Now you can talk to them now, because now they give a side quest to talk to the girls about why their units are hated. I don't know, they just have another thing for you to repair. But I know eventually they give you the story of why they're hated. And this is why, I'm curious if you have to do these side quests in order to get the thing that you get. Because there's a moment in, kind of the main story where you do get, why they're hated. But, or at least more about why they're hated. And I wonder if you have to do these side quests in order to get that. You already got it.
And I'm actually giving it to Popola this time.
Yeah, this is basically how it went with me. I had everything they wanted except for the Desert Roses, because that's a specific item that spawns for the...
Oh, she's drunk.
Yeah, I think that's what they needed the desert... They needed something to make the stuff to get Devilet drunk. Yeah, here we go. This is their backstory. In the past, a pair of robots identical to us or androids caused a huge fuck up. Yeah, okay. The Desert Rose makes the booze. Okay, it's mine. I'm gonna drink it all up. Meow. Wow. Meow. She can say some pretty odd stuff.
Popola's booze. I got it now, bitches. Still haven't completed that, so I don't even know what direction it's going.
I mean, you just did complete the Popular Blues quest line. So here's the thing that makes me wonder. So I don't know if Popular Blues is in the intel section or...
Oh yeah, I probably should look at the intel on the next episode.
Or if having that item queues up the scene that you need that I'm thinking of.
Oops, I ran into this guy's deal.
I mean, that's fine. This is your other side quest that you currently have.
I was like, the thing mentions you. What do you know? I need to know how your brain works.
Apparently it's loading something.
It's loading Pascal's village.
Oh no, never mind. We kicked the main story off.
Crud. And this is how Pascal became evil. He read this book.
He read Nietzsche. I mean, works for a bunch of incels.
Shit.
You're playing as Pastel.
Pascal is a very weird gender choice.
Yeah, I know, because when I hear his voice and think his name, my brain does not default to guy, but he is a guy.
Oh, a story thing is happening.
Yeah, this is the main story stuff.
We're loading back into the Yorha network.
Yeah, we're loading back into being A2 here, but
Yeah, I don't know why I'm struggling with A2's name. It's like every time it goes into my brain, it's like 2A, 2A, and I don't know why.
All the other ones are, I think, number letter.
Hear me? Oh.
Anyway, here comes Pascal calling you.
The materials you asked me to...
great trouble. The villagers are.
Pascal. Pascal, are you there? What the hell?
Well, who the hell would bother nuking Pascal's village at this point?
Information known as Pascal.
Hasn't Pascal's village been nuked like 3 times?
Should investigate
No, this is the first time in the story it's been attacked.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Or
No,
first
I'm
time
gonna do
it's
side
been
quests.
more directly. You don't have any more side quests, I don't think.
Don't I
You
have
just
a
have the
side
one, I
quest
guess,
about
for
this
that
guy?
one guy. Yeah, you just have the one for that guy, so you can talk to him and see what he says. So,
I
maybe
don't...
you have to read a letter? Go pull up the letters, see if there's like a letter you have to read. You can't read letters from in here.
Oh, you mean
Like, you have to go
emails?
check your inbox, yeah.
I was like, I got letters.
Well, several side quests have you read an email.
Just Council of Humanity bullshit.
Yeah, it's so every so often this email would go out. It's essentially be like they're humans, blah blah, and so like now it's like there's now there is a level of irony to it because like this email is going out to all the Orha members who are all dead on behalf of the dead humanity because it's just a pre-programmed thing on the moon that's doing it.
Now let's see if 9S has. He has nothing new, and 2B also has nothing. Oh wait, is it down? No.
No, it's not. It's not further down at all. It's so first of all, for the most part, all of those emails are not character specific, but
Well, I guess we'll have to call it for now, unfortunately, with the interruption because of my continuing stupidity in trying to do this. But we are now in run 3. Things are happening. Pascal is gonna be on fire in the next episode. That's probably gonna be the episode title because that's kind of funny. Episode 8, Pascal is now on fire. We did kill him, so that's good. I
mean,
think
you're
80,
not wrong.
we're 83%? Yeah, we're 83% of the way through the quest. We haven't done the Gestalt paperwork yet. We'll have to eventually get down to Emil's
That's not
house.
a quest. That's just us doing it.
So, we'll probably do Persona 5 on the weekend. I cannot remember when our schedule is.
I actually don't know off the top of my head either. I don't know if we have D&D on Friday or not, so it's either Friday or Saturday. I just don't know which. I'll quickly text my D&D group and just see.
Well, just check the channel on both days and hope that we're RPGing on one of them. You'll figure it out. You're smart. We've been doing this for 11 episodes. But yeah, until next time, we are going to get ever closer to figuring out what sort of ultimate twist this game has, why A2 has 2B's haircut, and, 9S will be doing something.
2B's haircut. We already know why she has 2B's haircut. It has to do with the memories being tied together.
2B's name is not a real name, so we'll figure that out eventually, I'm sure.
There is a piece of paper that says a little bit more about it, but still doesn't go too far into it. We do get the answer to it by the end of the game, but
That's what
my mind says there's probably more papers out there about the 2B name thing that we have to find
that
to give
is
some more information on it, because it did feel like something that needed to be further explained.
So that is our total episode 7, and check us back on Wednesday for maybe, but probably not the ending, because we're probably gonna try and aim for at least 90% side quest completion as long as I don't completely fuck this up. And yeah, see you next time. Balancing act.